The regular council meeting for Tuesday, September 28, 2021 is called to order at 7:01 p.m. We're going to have a moment of silent meditation followed by a pledge of allegiance. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Arbom.
Present.
Councilperson Perella.
Here.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Martin will not be in today. Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christy Alou, Village Manager, Joseph Geller, Interim Attorney, and Chief Magnuson.
Thank
You
you
have a
very
quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that. Moving on, next is approval of the agenda. Do I have any deletions or additions? If not, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Urbom. Do I have a second? Second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Next, moving to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Everybody's looked at them. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the July 27, 2021 regular council meeting? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Mayor Urbom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, moving on. Moving on to acknowledgement of visitors and or special presentations. The first one that we have up is something that I'm very excited about. In a second, I'm going to go up to the podium, but you know, last Saturday I was able to go to the beginning of what was the parade for you know, to recognize Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, which is in September, and wonderful organization and foundation called Mystic Force, right? Mystic Force Foundation, and she's been here before, previously. Not only for and the thing about it is that she not only fights and brings awareness for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, but for all the cancer elements, the elements that we always have to go through and that we fight within society. And she was out of town. She said she had to go out of town, but we're lucky and we're blessed that, you know, once she got back in town, you know, she's making time for us. So I'm so happy that she's here. Sylvia, will you please come on up, please, for us? I want her to come up and just tell you guys about some of her foundation, and then kind of like the Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, how she got here, and like her story that brought her here, which some of us know.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So some of you know my story, but for those of you who don't, this is my baby, Salvatore. And when he was 4.5 years old, he was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma cancer. At that time, we were given a 20% chance for him to live 5 years. Upon research, we realized that the reason for those grim statistics was the lack of treatment options for his disease. And of course, the lack of treatment options was due to a lack of funding for research. So we vowed at that moment that we were going to do everything that we could to try to save our baby's life. We started our foundation, started to raise awareness, started to raise funds for research. We opened a lab at the University of Miami where my husband's a neurosurgeon, which we continue to fund to this day. In 3.5 years of treatment, my baby underwent 55 cycles of chemotherapy, 50 rounds of radiation, 12 surgeries. He had over 200 blood and platelet transfusions. He was treated in 7 different hospitals across 5 different states. We did everything we could to try to save his life. Wherever there was a treatment option available for him, that is where we went. Unfortunately, my baby died at the age of 7, 1 month shy of his 8th birthday. But I vowed to make it my mission in life to try to save every child that I can. and to keep them as happy as possible while they go through their treatments. So we continue to raise awareness. We do awareness events not just in September, because our children fight cancer every single day of their lives. Childhood cancer is the #1 disease killer of children in our country. The incidence of childhood cancer continues to rise, yet government funding for childhood cancer research is just above 4%. The government does not consider our children a national priority. So we work hard to raise awareness and let people know what our children go through and how dire the need for funding for research is. Mayor was at our parade last week, which included police departments from all over Miami-Dade County, and we are so thankful for them for helping us to raise the deeply needed awareness for our children. Thank you so much for your proclamation, for honoring our children every year. The only way that our children will ever become a national priority and we will ever raise the necessary funds for them is to raise awareness. So thank you. Thank you for honoring our children.
I just wanted to say, and the reason why we're doing this with 2 mics, I'm trying to stay, the distance with COVID and stuff, right? So don't want to get too close, but, on behalf of the Village of El Portal, we know it's not much, but we're trying to do whatever we can, and we would like to donate $250 towards your foundation. We really appreciate all the work that you do around the neighborhood, throughout our entire county. If anybody would have been at that parade, a couple other Saturday, you would have seen all the police departments and even like other elected officials.
Yes.
And she brings the entire county together for such a great cause. And so we really appreciate this, and we do want to present this to you on behalf of the Village of El Portal, and we'll be in touch. And as I said, she not only recognizes and fights for continued awareness and acknowledgement of childhood cancer, but of all the various cancers. So I will be inviting you back.
Thank you.
and so we will continue to make this, the thing about it is this, and this is what I really want to say. Cancer is something that not only touches so many of us, but it's something that all of our families deal with. And it just seems to be that one thing that the medical world, that a lot of elected officials just either don't put enough money behind, and at the same time, simultaneously, just can't get a grip around to break through certain things to really make people get healthy when it comes to the cancers that they have to endure. So it's an ongoing fight, and it could be a frustrating fight.
It's very frustrating.
It's a very frustrating fight when you do not only see the lack of funding, but you know that with the proper funding, knowing what government also funds other things, that so much could be done with just a little bit more attention.
So if I can
to it.
just add one thing. Some of our childhood cancers continue to be terminal upon diagnosis. DIPG, which is an inoperable brain tumor, diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma, is considered terminal upon diagnosis. It is the same brain tumor that Neil Armstrong's daughter died from in 1962. And in almost 60 years, there has never been any viable treatments found for these children. Their average lifespan is 9 months. And that's just unfathomable that we've done so much and can send her father to the moon and still not find any treatments for these children.
Thank you, Sylvia. As I said, we really appreciate you, and whatever we can do, we're a small village, for whatever we can do to help you in
With
your
a
fight.
lot of love and support.
With a lot of love and support. We don't have that many much funds, but whatever we can do to help support you, we're always here, and we always have your back for whatever you need.
Thank
So.
you.
And in local elected type of fashion, right? Whenever we do something to where we have a guest to the statue of Sylvia, we do want to take a picture, and we do want to present her not only with the actual check that her foundation is going to have, but we also want to give her foundation, the Mystic Foundation, this check. which shows the $250,000. You guys can come down, council. Thank you very much. You guys, next we're going to move on to the next award with Chief Magnuson. If you could come up to the podium, please. Thank you very much, Sylvia. Thank you. Take care. Take care. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Yeah. So we're going to move on the next award, you guys. Good afternoon. How are you doing? And you know he's been in commission meetings all day, so he's ready. He's ready to go, y'all. He's ready to go. He's like, I'm used to this.
8 o'clock, yes.
Yes, it's 8 o'clock. This is a award, the Life Saving Award, right?
Correct.
And the floor is yours, and he'll explain to you what this is all about.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Madam Manager. My name's Ed Hudak. I'm the Chief of Police in Coral Gables. I'm here on behalf of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, of where I serve as District 4 Director, and I represent all of the city police chiefs here in the South Florida area. It's truly my honor to present the Florida Police Chiefs Association Life Saving Award this evening for the award that's sponsored by the Harris Foundation. This award is designed to recognize police officers for exceptional life-saving act. As you know, police officers put their lives on the line each and every day to protect their communities. Police officers also save lives. We are here today to honor one of those officers from your city that has done just that. If I would please have the honor, sir, if I can invite Officer Angel Lopez up with myself and the chief, please. As Officer Angel Lopez comes forward, I think I can remind those of you who don't know already that on April 12, 2021, Officer Lopez had ended his shift and was on his way home. While he was on his way home, he witnessed another vehicle sideswipe another vehicle and sent the car careening down into the embankment to the C7 canal. Without hesitation, Officer Lopez immediately pulled alongside and prepared to enter the canal. Officer Lopez had no time to run back to his car and secure his gun or his radio at the time of the scene. He located a trustworthy citizen, which I'm glad to see that happened, and was able to hold on to his property. Officer Lopez slid down the embankment and entered into the water without hesitation. As he waded over to the submerged vehicle, he noticed that a female driver was stuck inside the car and was trying to get out. As he reached through the open window, he was able to pull the female out of the car or the window before the vehicle totally submerged. Prior to entering the water, he had passed his gun belt on, as well as called fire rescue to respond, so they were on the way. When he got back, there was another bystander that actually helped, another good thing that we know here in Dade County, that somebody helped, and assisted until fire rescue got there. The embankment was very, very steep. Therefore, he had to sit and wade in the water with the woman until rescue could arrive, get a ladder to him as well as to her, where he safely secured the woman to the board to climb out to safety. She was able to be tended to by fire rescue and lived through the ordeal. Officer Lopez is a bona fide hero, according to his chief, and those of us from the Florida Police Chiefs Association of the 900 members also concur with Chief Magnuson's assessment of this individual. Because of his actions, he saved this woman's life and continued to show exactly why all of us take this honorable badge and oath that we take. You all should be very proud, as we are, of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, and we award the Life-Saving Award on behalf of the state of Florida and all of its officers and chiefs to Officer Angel Lopez for his life-saving incident, for putting his own life in extreme danger to save this woman. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's like the chief says sometimes, you don't have much time to think about things, and thank goodness that other individual is there. Is, like he said, to find somebody trustworthy, and it is what it is. But, thank goodness I was able to go in there and get her out before the car sank, and, make sure that she didn't go under like I almost did, so. But anyways, thank you very much for the award, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You want to take a picture for the state, if you don't mind, sir?
I think Chief wanted to say something or not.
I will in a few.
Okay.
Because we got something else going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
testimony?
No, I was making sure they didn't leave without. In a second, we're going to invite after they get finished back there, we're going to have Chief Magnuson come back up. And for a couple more presentations, and that'll be it. Thank you very much, Chief.
Well, good evening. You know, this is always a very much anticipated council meeting this time of year when one of two things happen. Either it's when the State of the Village address, which is coming, I think, next month, and then maybe the meeting before we get to honor an officer that just did a little bit more than the others in a police department, whether any department. Could have been the Gables, City of Miami. Today it's El Portel. We're talking about El Portel. All the departments do it, and it's just a really proud moment to be able to do so, to honor the people that work for you. The problem is, I don't have one. Now, I didn't say I didn't have any. I said I didn't have one. This year, there's going to be two. Because in a minute, you'll realize why it was so difficult to make that decision. Now, I'm a diehard sports fan, a diehard St. Louis Cardinals fan, okay? And I can tell you, how do you have two people? I can tell you, I go back to 1979, you had Keith Hernandez and Willie Stargell share the MVP of the award because they had such a great year that they said, we can't figure out which one to give it to. We're going to give it to both. And that's what happened. It does happen from time to time. So the strength that these two men that I'm going to introduce in a few minutes, you know, they brought a strength to this department over the past year. You know, and as chief, this problem I basically discuss with you now of who to pick. You kind of wish in this job that every chief would have such a problem. So it's really not much of a problem. It's really an honor. You know, in the past 3 years, now we have 4 officers of the year. And they were all different officers now, which tells you that we're spreading the wealth. Not because we want to spread the wealth. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. But what it tells me is that each and every year, somebody new seems to be stepping up to the plate and just carrying a part of the department. The department works great together, but every now and then there's just somebody, or as in this year though, 2 people that were just a little bit above and beyond the others that guided the ship, as they have been since I've been here. And so let me just give you a little breakdown on the 2 people. And those 2 people are, you just met Officer Angel Lopez, and the other officer, Sergeant Jairo Burrell. Officer Lopez, as you heard before, he saved a woman from drowning by jumping into a canal. He received a life-saving ribbon from this department earlier in the year, and out of Tallahassee, the state of Florida, they honored him with the same thing just a few minutes ago. He was also given the Miami-Dade Association of Chiefs of Police Officer of the Month back in July, which was nice because it was the first meeting that we held in person since the pandemic began, and it was the last one because shortly thereafter the spike continued, and we have not had any more dinners, and that may be a while till we have them again, so it worked perfectly. He insisted on an investigation, assisted in getting a squatter out of a house that basically moved in right here down the block on 87th Street. And with his tenacity and his special way of doing things, he has a way with words, the people that were there decided maybe it's best they leave. And they did, and the owner was beyond grateful for that. And we followed up with making other contacts, so if this person or persons decide they want to wreak that sort of havoc again, they're going to find themselves in handcuffs. And I guarantee you, Officer Lopez will be leading the charge. He's the point person and continues to be on a tumultuous landlord-tenant dispute that's been going on off of 83rd Street. He's still working it out with the and assisting to a point where the victim, who at times has been rightfully angry, but reaches out to this officer because he gave him his cell phone to help him out as best he could. That's personal service. So whether we can resolve it the way the person wants to immediately, or it takes a little bit longer, just that added personal touch goes a long way. That tells you a little bit about Officer Lopez. Recently, he investigated a burglary to a dwelling here in El Portal where a power washer was taken. He followed some leads. It was the end of the day. He could have passed it off to somebody, but instead he found out the person was, the vehicle came back to somewhere in Alapata. He goes down there, sets up on it. By now, it's now later on in the evening. Gets the city of Miami over there. Lo and behold, we catch the offender. So that's that tenacity. We're a small department, but not short on a desire to help the community. So that's the reason Officer Lopez received the award. And it could end right there, but it doesn't. We shift over to Sergeant Burrell, who's like on an engine room on a cruise ship. You ever been on a cruise ship and you see everybody dressed up in their whites and everything, and everybody's having a good time? What you don't see is what's below the deck. You don't see the people that might have the oil on them. They may be in uniform, but they have that oil on them. They're in the engine room. And I'm telling you, if they're not doing their job, the ship is dead in the water. It's going to get hot. People are going to complain. So while it's nice, everything in the cruise ship above board, above the deck, below the deck, basically is what keeps the ship running. Sergeant Burrell's that chief engineer on that cruise ship. I mean, he's out there in the field, too. He does a lot of stuff done. He's the voice of reason. Officers go to him for the wisdom of his years on this department and for helping him out in a number of things, along with Sergeant Sharp. They're the supervisors here. But what he does also is he takes care of a lot of the intricate parts of a police department that you're not going to see on any television show because it's really not all that exciting. NYPD Blue had nothing about getting audited by FDLE and the struggles that we have to go through to get certified, to get passing all these, and all these other audits that come from a number of state agencies. And he does it. He undertakes it. He's on top of it. He tells me what needs to get done, and that's fine because he knows what he's doing. I'd be a fool to say, no, I'm telling you, no. You could tell me because you know better. And he does. And he gets these things in line here. He gets this done. He's making sure that all the El Portal Police Department personnel gets trained in these areas so that we are not negligent in any one area as far as these audits go. He prepares the traffic enforcement details and the sheets, the statistics. He is also the special events coordinator for the department. So anytime somebody needs something extra, that they need officers, or there's an issue going on, or there's filming, he's the person. So while Officer Lopez is the glitz out there, what's going on behind the scenes that made this department run successfully too, and I knock wood as I say it, is Sergeant Burrell. So I'm beyond honored to give both gentlemen, Sergeant Burrell and Officer Lopez, the El Portal Officer of the Year Award.
Thank you, Chief, for your kind words. And thank you, Council, and I appreciate this award, and I'm sure Officer Lopez does too. Thank you again.
Thank you again. Thank you very much. We, like the chief says, we're a small place, but we do the best we can here. And we have to reach out sometime to do something extra. We take care of it. That's how we roll here. So anyways, thank you again for
Don't go anywhere yet. I just wanted to say, well, first of all, you guys know I usually wear the black mask. Councilperson Lightfoot, I'm trying to get, blue, police officers. I'm trying to get here in the mood. I got the blue shirt on. I'm trying to, right? So I'm trying to be here in dedication to all the awards that was happening today with the police department. I even tried to mix up, I think I have the childhood cancer pin here, and I do have the thin blue line U.S. flag here in dedication to all of you and the hard work that you all do. The chief will tell you, Chief Magnuson will tell you that, you know, the chief, myself, Manager Alou, that, you know, we speak on a consistent and constant basis. And when we were discussing Officer of the Year, it was no choice. Like, all of us around, like, at the same time, were like, we got to do two. Like, we have to have dual ones this year, right? And so it was something that the decision we made right away. Both of you guys are wonderful individuals. The way the chief explained how both of you are is spot on. Is spot on. You know, Officer Lopez has been out there, and, you know, he's received the awards, and he's a great face for our village, right? He's a great face for our village. And Officer Burrell, or Sergeant Burrell, I just look at Sergeant Burrell, you guys. Sergeant Burrell, to me, is pretty much like, he's not only like the nuts and bolts, but Sergeant Burrell is like the epitome of ethical standard. And it's there, and he has it, and he will not let that ethical standard be diminished. Like, he knows what's right, he knows what's wrong, he sticks to it, and no matter who you are, he doesn't show favoritism. He sticks to that ethical standard, and he upholds it no matter what. And so I really appreciate you, Sarge. Really appreciate you, Officer Lopez, and have a couple of things for you guys. Hold on one second. We can open that up in a second, but Officer Lopez, yours, it says, "It is with distinguished honor that the Village of El Portal proudly presents Officer Angel Lopez with this Officer of the Year Award 2021. Thank you for your exemplary service to the Village of El Portal, Miami-Dade County, and the state of Florida." And myself, the chief, and the manager did want to present you with that, and we really mean all those words from the bottom of our heart. Sergeant Burrell. Not only the chief, the manager, myself, Vice Mayor Urbaum, Councilperson Perella, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, we all wanted to say, it is with distinguished honor that the Village of El Portal proudly presents Sergeant Jairo Burrell with this Officer of the Year Award 2021. Thank you for your unwavering dedication and consistent professionalism. You are a value to our police department and community. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's go on 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. Big smile. Smile with your eyes. Hold on 1 second.
Yours is also on live, but you're fine. You're fine. We're good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilperson Ferrella, you might as well stay down here, and Councilperson Leffler Ward and Vice Mayor Urbach, Madam Manager. And if you notice, the plaques that we all chose are black and blue, so blue being, we're trying to do it the right way, you guys. I do want to say, before we move on to the agenda items, I do want to say that our police department and how it's improving, and it continues to improve, and that improvement and continuing improvement is due to the leadership, and that leadership comes from Chief David Magnuson. And Chief Magnuson is always there for all of us. He's always there for his officers. He's always there for the council. He's always there for myself and the manager, as we have meetings all the time, and we discuss things all the time, and we speak to each other all the time throughout the week. But him being there for all of us, at the same time as he's there for all of us, he also leads us in many different ways. And he leads all of us. And he shows all of us what good leadership is all about. And Chief, we don't say much to you, but we appreciate you, and so we just want you to know that, and we have something for you that myself, the council, and the village manager wanted to give you. So.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the village for that gesture they did to the two young ladies that were here with a child that had cancer. I lost my mother earlier this year from cancer, and my wife went through chemo and also radiation, this year also. And she came close. So let me tell you, nobody knows how terrible that thing is, and that it strikes really, really close. So I really appreciate what the village did to help them out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Officer Lopez. Really appreciate that. For all of you all who are out there, for all of you all who are watching right now, sitting out here right now, you may say to yourself, man, they're presenting these awards. It's taking a long time. Well, it's towards the end of the year, and towards the end of the year, you present the yearly awards. And so this is the last one we're presenting, so I just want to say we appreciate you guys being patient with us, but these are the awards to recognize very important situations, very important organizations, and very important individuals that we have here in our community. So really want to appreciate that. All right. Right here it says to Chief David Magnuson, Village of El Portal, Florida, 2021, Leadership in Law Enforcement Award for the Chief David Magnuson. Chief, all for you. Also, again, you guys, what do? Got the blue, and we got the gold because your badge is usually gold. So blue, gold. We're trying, Sarge. I'm trying here. So what this is, it's a character, like it's a person, and this person shows the leadership of people, of individuals, and therefore the colors of a police officer and the leadership and the Officer Lopez, I'm trying to bring it together, Officer Lopez. I'm trying to. There you go, Chief. You say something.
I didn't know this was coming. I'm beyond flattered, very humbled. In this position, I get the biggest thrill comes from recognizing those that work for me. So when this catches me by surprise, I'm sort of speechless, and that's good enough. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
And for this last and final picture, as we're all lining up, I do want to say very quickly as we're lining up for this last and final picture that for the first time ever, for the Officer of the Year awards, we're going to give a monetary gift also with the Officer of the Year awards for the first time ever, and that will be $250 a piece, going into both of your checks, and Vice Mayor Erbaum, in elected official fashion, we do have those checks to represent that money that will be coming into your checks. All right.
Okay, so if you do the make it one more even, do me a favor, just move it down just a tad this way. Just a tad, just a tad, just a tad, keep going. Perfect. What you can do over here on this side, everybody can touch the check. Perfect. Here. Let's go on three. Big smiles. Smile with your eyes, please. Hold it 1 second. Is this one ready to go? It's on enlargement. Still smiling with your eyes? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Again, thank you everybody for being patient with us. We're going to move on to good and welfare. Right now, we're going to move on to good and welfare, you guys. If anybody has anything that they want to say, come up and say your name and address for the record. This is about anything that's on the agenda item, any of the agenda items. Come and say your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to say what you want to say. Okay, hearing none. Moving on to the agenda. The first is H1, RFQ for the village attorney position. We currently have an interim village attorney, and this was the RFQ that is to fill the permanent position or the full-time permanent position for the village attorney. We had two individuals or two firms that put in for the permanent full-time village attorney position. The first was Greenspoon Martyr, LLP, and the second was GJB, which is Genevieve's Job Love and Batista. And I believe we have representatives from both firms here today. I gave out the RFQs at the Administration and Finance Committee meeting. Well, we made sure they were all given out at the Administration and Finance Committee meeting so that we had a couple weeks to go through them. And I told you guys at that committee meeting to come back with any type of questions or comments that you may have for either firm. first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to allow a representative from each firm to come to the podium and to introduce themselves, and they can say whatever they want to about themselves, and then I'll open it up to the council for any questions or comments that they might have for either individual. Okay? So first, let's have up Greenspoon Martyr LLP, a representative, who is our interim attorney, Attorney Geller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to be with you tonight. We are certainly interested in a permanent position. I've been here for on and off. You know, this is my third time serving the village. One of them was for a very long time. I care about what happens to the village. I care about its residents. I care about it moving forward. We try to provide good service. We think in the period that we've been interim, that we've been able to assist the mayor, the council, the manager, and the clerk in resolving some troubling issues that you guys have been dealing with for a long time. And I think we've seen some real progress on a whole bunch of things, from sewer lines to moving forward with the FEMA reimbursement and getting some of the grants that we had, taken care of and in line, dealing with, outstanding issues. We have an office on Brickell. We have an office up in Lauderdale. We have about 250 lawyers nationally, many of them in Florida. Our home base is South Florida. There are people available to step in and assist me if it should be a night that I was ill or away out of the country or something. I actually spoke with one of them today, the former mayor of Miami, Xavier Suarez, who said he'd certainly be happy to come and step in if that was necessary. James Rao from our downtown Miami office is happy to do it. Glenn Smith has been here for me, a veteran attorney. Skip Miller. I mean, we have a lot of people, and we appreciate working with you. We would like the opportunity to continue, and I'll be happy when you get to the question part to answer any questions, unless you want them to be now. But okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, Interim Attorney Geller. Next, we'll have a representative from GJB come up, Genevieve Job Love and Batista.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Omar Bradford. I am an attorney. I'm of counsel with the law firm Genevieve Job Love and Batista. I've practiced in municipal law, complex business litigation, governmental law, in quasi-litigation settings throughout my entire 11-year career. I am pleased to be joined here with associate attorneys from my firm, Joseph Eisenberg, Elizabeth McIntosh, and J.P. Bado. Genevieve's Job Love and Batista is located just downtown. I am personally located just uptown. I live in Biscayne Gardens, which is a short bike ride here to this very village hall, a bike ride that I make all the time. This village is meaningful to me on a personal level. I'm raising my children in this area. It's been my pleasure on behalf of the firm and on behalf of several different municipal clients, such as the neighboring Miami Shores Village, the city of Hialeah, the city of Miami, Miami-Dade County, the North Springs Improvement District, among others, to have represented both on the defense side and prosecuting matters in the interest of municipalities. My core belief is that communities are not just important, but essential to the growth of our youth. And we will be focused as a firm, and we will be dedicated and committed to, when needed, having as many multiple lawyers here on site as needed, and we're just thrilled with the opportunity. I will say this: the village is in a good position because there is no wrong answer tonight. Joe Geller Greenspoon Martyr is a great firm. Joe is a great lawyer. Like he said, he's been here many times around the bend, and I'm sure that he's done excellent work. We are looking for the opportunity to come in and do as excellent, if not more superior work in ways that this village needs. We, again, are dedicated and committed to what we do. I am thrilled to have come up under brilliant lawyers such as Richard Serafan and Alfredo Gonzalez, folks that I've worked directly with for the last 11 years, and it's been an absolute privilege. We would love to have you as our municipal client, one that gets top priority. We would love for you to have us as your village attorney. You will see the dedication that is the foundation to Genovese, Jablow, and Batista. I am the rare example of an attorney who, for the entirety of my 11-year career, I've been with the same firm. And I think that's a testament to what Genovese, Jablow, and Batista means to me and means to this community here in South Florida. Good character folks that work tirelessly, and the fact that they've had me for the entirety of my 11-year career is a specific honor. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that I really appreciated what the village did for Miss Sylvia earlier today with respect to the heartbreaking story of her son and the honoring of Officer Lopez and Sergeant Burrell. These things are fundamental. The honoring of Chief Magnuson. These things are fundamental to a growing community, and we make no mistake about it. El Portal is a growing community. It is one of the more exceptional communities here in South Florida, and it would be our honor to do everything that we can to keep moving the village forward and doing an excellent and tireless job as your next village attorney. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is how we're going to do this. I believe that other mic is also on. So what we're going to do, we'll have the representative from Genovese, Jablow, Batista. We'll have you come.
Check.
Yeah, to this mic here. Attorney Geller will have you come to this mic here. I'm going to first start with the council with any questions or comments that they may have for either one. This way to save time so people having to walk up and back and forth. The next thing that I'm going to do after the council ask any questions or comments that they may have, I'll open it up to our residents to see if they have any questions or comments for either one. And then from there, I'll go back to the council and we'll take it from there. So is there anybody from the council with any questions or comments?
I usually have a question or two. All right, very good. All right, I believe I'll start with Attorney Geller. Would you describe Greenspoon Martyr as having a specialization?
Specialization?
Yes.
No, we're pretty much a full-service firm. We have a lot of people in land use, zoning. We have a lot of people in government relations, lobbying, but we have a lot of people in real estate. We have a lot of people in probate and estate planning. We have an awful lot of litigators. We have a cannabis group. We have, I'm sure I'm forgetting a few really good specialties there too. We kind of pride ourselves, labor law. We kind of pride ourselves on being across the board as we've grown from just a South Florida firm to a firm that has offices in, I think it's 8 states now. We try to pride ourselves on being able to handle anything that comes.
Very good. And then as you've been the interim attorney for these past almost a year now, do you still feel that the tasks that lay in front of the village are tasks that you not only feel confident in navigating, but even with some enthusiasm?
I'm eager to get the rest of these things done. You know, I'd like the village has to move forward. And sometimes it's difficult to do that when you have difficult problems behind you that are trying to hold you back. So we've tried to deal with each of those problems. We've knocked down quite a lot of them. There's still a few that have to get resolved. That's when you can really be bold and move forward and make the kind of progress that the citizens would like to see. And I'm excited about the opportunity to do that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Erbaum. Anybody else from the council? Oh, sorry about that, Vice Mayor.
How are you doing? Thank you very much for being here.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
And so looking through your application, it seems that your firm also has a broad spectrum of, I want to say specialization, because that's what was essentially the wording that was used in that.
Sure.
Could you speak, I know you did, and I've read through the application, but I'll give you an opportunity to speak just a little bit more to that breadth of ability.
Sure, I'm happy to. Genevieve Joblovin Batista is a full-service firm. We practice in nearly every area of the law with the exception of family law. However, make no mistake about it, we are exceptional with respect to our municipal law background, resume, and exceptional with respect to our governmental relations side of the firm. We most certainly take great pride in that, yes, we are complex litigators, and some may know us throughout the state of Florida and the country as very effective litigators. However, the governmental side, the municipal side is, for me, personal, because when I first started at the firm, that was the first work that I sort of got introduced to. So that was my introduction to being a lawyer. And I've always had a personal connection with it. It's why I have moved on to do substantial work in land use, procurement law in particular. I've personally, along with my partner Alfredo Gonzalez, have had some tremendous successes with respect to matters concerning zoning laws and land use issues, waste and sewer issues, and also successfully won very high-level bid protest matters. All of this has continued to grow my passion for this particular side of the law. Myself, like my colleagues here that have joined, we're multifaceted. We're certainly able to, we know our way around a courtroom as much as we know our way around a complex transactional matter. And in fact, Alfredo Gonzalez would have been here tonight, but he's in the midst of working through a very complex real estate closing. I am, again, appreciative of the firm and the foundation that it's laid for me and the ability to be an excellent lawyer. And, but again, I do want to emphasize that it is this lane of municipal law that is most meaningful to my practice because of the fact that it directly affects community. It directly affects the growth of this environment. And for a variety of reasons, that's very important to me, and it's very important to my firm, and therefore my firm is willing to put the full spectrum of resources behind being your next village attorney and being an extremely effective one.
Very good. Thank you. And then as you looked at the RFQ and made the decision to apply, did you do any research into our history here at El Portal? Did you take a look at anything that would inform you of what challenges we face and what our goals and objectives would be? Was there any, was there, you don't have to tell me necessarily, what your opinions are on that. I'm just curious to know if you had done any research to that extent to understand a little bit of where we're coming from and where we're headed.
Well, candidly, what I sort of lean on is my personal proximity to the village, and what I've been able to see whether it be, sort of the growing commercial centers that are happening on Second, and the growing property values here, quite frankly. And for me, that's something that, I sort of have an interesting habit, I guess, that they come into my email every day. So I look through these Redfin emails, and El Portal is one that I specifically get an understanding of the real estate market through by looking at houses and sort of what they're selling for, et cetera. For me, that's of paramount importance because that affects every single family here, and it, I believe, is something that must be maintained, and the village attorney plays a significant role there. The village attorney, with respect to how we have operated in the past, we diligently are involved on the code enforcement side. We diligently are involved in making sure that the rules are followed with respect to the beautification of the area. With respect to sort of the history, I can be honest and say that I look forward to learning more about that. I won't sit here and suggest that I have a great deal of historical or institutional knowledge, but I do care about this community. I care about this area, and whatever the historical issues are, I know that my firm is very well equipped to manage those and handle them well, as we have in Miami Shores Village and others, and I look forward to that opportunity.
Very good. And then my final question is, with the size of the firm, you do seem to be certainly on the large end of the spectrum, and well accoladed, right? So,
thank you.
What would you describe as the interest in pursuing such a potentially small contract?
Well, that's a great question, and that speaks to largely where I am, where the three individuals are in the audience here that are my colleagues. We have an incredible rigor for this representation because we are looking to grow our careers as well, right? I'm 40 years old, okay? Math tells you that I could learn a lot from Joe, okay? Math tells you that, from an experience level, Joe's been a lawyer for longer than I personally have. But my colleagues, again, such as Richard Serafan and Alfredo Gonzalez, they're cut from the same cloth as Joe, and my firm strongly encouraged me to step up here and to apply to and submit our qualifications. So therefore, what you're going to get is a hunger that I don't think is surpassable. We are all looking to set out the blueprint for the remainder of our careers. We're all very passionate about the practice of municipal law. So we come from a perspective of, even though our firm doesn't have anything to prove, and even though our firm has legal giants in the municipal law field, the four of us have something to prove. And we're going to be out to prove it every single day. And we certainly have proven it with respect to the work that we've done historically for a variety of other municipalities. But for us, this is no small contract. This is an important contract. This is an important service to the community that we are ready, willing, and able to provide.
Very good. And then just a final question.
You just said that.
It would be yourself and Mr. Gonzalez, who named as the facilitators of this contract, ultimately, right, with the team, right?
Yes, sir.
Are either of you active real estate investors in this area?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's it. That's all I have. Thank you sincerely.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Erbaum. Anybody else from the council, any questions or comments for either one of the applicants?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Floor is yours.
I'm going to go back and forth. I have different questions for both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
My first question to you, Attorney,
Bradford.
I thought so, Bradford.
Yes, Dr. Lightfoot.
Attorney Bradford, why do you speak of El Portel as exceptional? Those are your first comments. You said we were exceptional. Why do you think we're exceptional?
Well, aside from my perspective, so I'll give you a little background. I moved to South Florida 15 years ago. I moved for law school at the University of Miami. I had attended.
I reread it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
we read it.
yeah, exactly. So, for me, the village of El Portal has always, just the name alone was always striking to me. So it was a place that I was very curious about. Living in Coral Gables was interesting, and I had a unique and strong law school experience. But it wasn't until I moved into this area that I felt the strength of diversity and the strength of a more urban environment. And for me, it felt more like home. So I believe that it is an extraordinary place. I believe that it is an exceptional place. I believe that the natural beauty that you see here is really rich and unique and should be preserved. I believe that the leadership here is exceptional. I believe that the diversity of leadership that you see is important. We plan to and hope to represent a continuing of that diversity and that strength of diversity with respect to this village. I believe that the village is owed that, and the people will appreciate that.
Thank you. Attorney Geller, why do you want to remain in El Portel as legal counsel?
Well, a few reasons. First of all, it's a challenge because, as I said, when we stepped in almost a year ago, there was a lot of problems. And there had been some things that happened that probably should not have happened. And digging out of that hole has been a challenge. And now that we filled in a whole lot of that hole, and I'm getting to the point where we can start to see above ground and we can see the way forward, it's exciting to me to be able to see what this village can do with the right leadership and where it can go and what it can accomplish. And then the other thing about it, which is also how I would answer what's exceptional about El Portal, is trees. The trees are unmatched. There's just no place like this. And the trees, and the nature preserve, and the nature trail, the mound, where do you find them? You just don't. So the trees make this place, you know, a tree city. It's a great town. It's a great village, great little place. And over the years, I've known a lot of people here. Some of them are not still here, but they fought very hard to keep this place special. You know, people like the Rogneys and well, just to name a couple. So it's just very meaningful to me. It's been in my bones and in my blood for a lot of years, and I'm very committed to the future of this village, and I want to see it be able to move to its potential. It's never really reached that. Even with good mayors, it never got where it could be. But I think now, under this leadership, it can really go someplace, and I want to be a part of that.
Thank you. My next question. Attorney Bradford, how does your firm avoid the suspense and disruptions of litigation? You wrote, that statement is written in your dossier. And I'm curious, how do you do that? That's a broad statement that gave a lot of curiosity to me.
I'm very glad that you asked that. Look, litigation is unpredictable, it's expensive, and it's painful. We recognize that with respect to every litigation matter that arises. We recognize it even before it rises to the level of litigation. So what we focus on are solutions, not, running up long-winded fees or long-lasting cases for potential, photo op in the Miami Herald at the end of the day or the Daily Business Review. That's not really important to us. What's important to us is finding solutions for our clients. And that's where we often, where we can, not always, certainly, we're able to resolve matters without getting into nasty litigation battles. And I think that that's been seen, or maybe not seen, quite frankly, because you don't really hear about the small victories that occur before something goes public. But most certainly we have achieved a number of those on behalf of other municipalities for circumstances that might have seemed untenable. It might have seemed to be on a collision course toward litigation. We have creatively and mindfully found solutions that help the parties avoid what, for both sides, almost no matter what, is the painful process of litigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Attorney Geller. Do you have a working relationship with GJB? Does your firm have a working relationship with this firm?
Yes.
Explain that to us, please.
Yes. First, I want to compliment Mr. Bradford on his answer to the last question. I think it's exactly right. I think it's professional, and I think it's the correct approach. It's the same thing we've tried to do here. And I'll add to it that because this is a small village with, relatively small resources, things that look appealing to vindicate a principle are just more than the taxpayers of this small town can handle, except in extreme circumstances. A small town like this can be a target for people like, these giant short-term rental companies. They'd rather take on a town like us that has limited resources and think they can spend us, into the ground than take on one of the big cities or a county that has much greater resources. But, Mr. Sarafan, who's been the attorney next door, is a longtime friend of mine. We've been in the city attorney community together over the years. In fact, he's the gentleman that I looked to when I was brought in as interim to be the attorney, outside counsel to represent the village. I have great respect for him. He's a good lawyer. And I know Mr. Gonzalez for many years through a number of firms. And when I had a conflict in a city that I represented, because I had represented a developer that was doing something in front of the city and I got hired by the city, I turned to Mr. Gonzalez as special counsel to represent that entity. So, the names that Mr. Bradford mentions are people that I know and have worked with, and I have a lot of respect for. They're very good lawyers. Other than that, other than turning to them where I've got a conflict situation, we don't have any kind of an ongoing business relationship. And candidly, I think I've had lunch with both gentlemen, but I wouldn't say we and our spouses get together frequently and socialize, but they are good professional lawyers, and I turn to them when I need somebody. There are others, but they're kind of my first choice for conflict counsel when a conflict exists, because I have great respect for them and for the firm.
I have one last question. I asked the question, Mr. Bradford, because Mr. Attorney Geller was very honest during my first reign as official on this council, and he mentioned to the council when he didn't know, he mentioned just what he mentioned just now. That was well over 20 years ago. And I recalled that, but I didn't recall the name until I read and saw where you all had changed your name. But he mentioned that to us when he didn't know it was that firm that he had been with. So I just wanted everybody else to know what I already knew. Last but not least, I didn't see any, I'm trying to be diplomatic, I didn't see any historical or institutional relationship with municipal governments in the dossier that was presented. Was that on purpose?
Well, we certainly have historical relationships with Miami Shores Village. In fact, one of the references I believe I included was from the village, based on my personal connections that are natural when you've been representing the village for so long. But in addition, we've worked, Alfredo and I worked really diligently with the city of Opelika through a number of their issues. It so happened that we were working on behalf of a private client, but some of the challenges that city was facing a number of years back, we were empathetic to, notwithstanding, and we did everything that we could, through our client, Waste Management, and we really try to do everything that we could for that municipality. We work currently with the North Springs Improvement District, the city of Hialeah, and I think importantly, the county commission right now, the commissioners, I've got a number of very close relationships there, whether it be Jean Monestim, who is the commissioner for my district, or Oliver Gilbert, with whom my family is very close. Keon McGee, Keon Hardiman, I went to law school with. And I do think that could be incredibly important and rich for the village, if needed. The reality is those are folks that I'm close with. I am trying to be a stalwart in the community of black lawyers here in South Florida. And as a result, I have incredibly strong relationships, including I am one of the founding members of a group called the Overground. And the Overground is a collection of, I would say, the most talented black lawyers here in South Florida. And we meet on a regular basis, and we are here to lift one another up. And as a result, all of those, the collection of all the resources and connections to different municipalities has opened up a wide array of relationships, personal relationships, that I'm blessed to have. So I do think that all of that is material. I do think that, and I'm sorry, I most certainly can see that we listed a number of municipalities that we work with, but from our perspective, we know that we've got a tremendous background and experience with municipalities. We've done great work for years. There's a reason why we have been the uninterrupted village attorney at Miami Shores for a number of years. I'm very fortunate to have worked very closely, as are my colleagues here with me today. And again, we're very excited for this opportunity.
You answered, Attorney, thank you, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, ma'am.
You answered my last question in your previous. Mayor, since we have no one else here, unless you want to ask questions, I was going to ask them, well, if you have questions, I really would like to hear their closing remarks.
No problem, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. I was going to open it up for the residents though first before they do that. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, are you done with your question?
I am very much.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else from the council? Councilperson Perella, any questions or comments? You're good. Well, first of all, let me just say thank you to not only both applicants, but thank you to Vice Mayor Irvine and Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. You guys asked a wide variety of questions and took two of mine. So the last question that I have, or comment that I have remaining is just, you know, I have a major concern, and I just want to hear from both parties. We'll start with Interim Attorney Geller. I want to hear from both parties as far as getting things in on time, getting things in, you know, with time enough for, you know, myself, the clerk, for everything to be delivered on time, so that, you know, the village is able to move forward in a correct process, and we don't have to put things off for, like, you know, later months and things like that. I just want to hear about, like, maybe like a plan or, you know, things like that, so that we're able to efficiently move and get things in and get things moving forward, so that, you know, the village just doesn't fall into a position to where we can't accomplish certain things because we have to, you know, push them off for later. Just in the past, it's just been a issue that, you know, in the past years even, it's just been an issue that's been ongoing that, you know, I just want to hear addressed, that's all. So we'll start with Attorney Geller, and then we'll come over there.
My basic answer is track record, and I think that the record shows that we've accomplished a lot. We've gotten a lot of stuff done. We've gotten a lot of stuff on the agenda. There was an awful lot to do when we started here, but I think we've moved forward on just about every front. We've done so consistently. We've done so with good results. We've gotten some very thorny issues resolved, and, you know, we'll continue to make sure that the remaining issues that are behind us and the ones that are in front of us are addressed in a timely fashion and are able to be put before this council so the council can make its decisions as a policy-making body, which is what it's here to do.
Mr. Mayor, what your question surrounds is the issue of accountability. And we are willing to commit to being fully accountable, so much so that we are willing to put a body here, one of either myself or one of my brilliant colleagues here on a regular basis, such that there's never anything that slips through the cracks or there's some unnecessary delay on an important matter. I appreciate that question, because in the practice of law, I mean, look, it's certainly been for the last 11 years that I've been practicing, and probably for 100 years before that. There is a general sense in the practice of law that you can always sort of file a motion to extend time, or you can sort of kick the can down the road. I think one of the real reasons that GJB has been effective over the years is we reject that. We're trying to solve problems. And you're not going to solve a problem by, you know, trying to get more time or kicking the can down the road. You're not going to solve a problem by not showing the tenacity that's necessary to get results. And when it comes to myself, Mr. Eisenberg, Ms. McIntosh, Mr. Bado, Mr. Serafan, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Joblove, Mr. Genovese, Mr. Batista, we are focused on what we do. We take pride in what we do. So therefore, there won't be any delay that's within our power, because that is fundamental to this job and to the orderly operation of an amazing community like this one.
Thank you very much. Any last questions or comments from the council before I open it up to our residents? No? All right, hearing none. Is there anybody in the audience that has any questions or comments for any of the applicants? How are we looking on Zoom? We're good? Okay. All right, coming back to the council, as Councilperson Lightfoot Ward said, closing, Councilperson, yes, you have a question? Yeah, come to one of the mics and just say your name and address for the record. Yes, just say your name and address for the record, and then, well, come to the podium. Come to the podium. Come to the podium. It's all good.
Hi, my name is
Hi.
Leslie Ziegel. I've been a resident of El Portal for several years. My question is, and pardon my ignorance on this, from what I heard and I came in late, Mr. Bradford represents the village of Miami Shores, and this is the village of El Portal. So I guess, is there any situation where there could be a conflict between Miami Shores and El Portal? And that's really the question.
Yeah, well, let me just say this, and they can jump in if they want to, but so these firms usually represent multiple municipalities. So, for example,
Sure.
in Miami Shores, the firm that is, the attorney that is there on spot is Attorney Seraphin. It's not him, but his firm.
Well, yeah,
might
I'm an
represent-
attorney as well. So if
Yeah.
it's his firm, it's him. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not an issue of the individual there. I guess my question is there an inherent conflict? But is there a possibility of a conflict between the village of Miami Shores and the village of El Portal? Because if an attorney is representing both villages, there's an inherent conflict. So I don't practice this type of law, so I don't know, but it's a question I'm just raising.
I think that's a great question, Les, and it's good to see you, by the way. As the world is so small, Les, who is an incredible attorney, he's very modest. When I was in law school, gave me one of my first legal internships, as it turns out. And it's a good question. To the mayor's point, firms represent multiple municipalities all the time. I believe Greenspoon represents multiples, Weiss Serota and others as well. Many more, perhaps, than Genevieve Joblove. The proximity factor, I actually believe, inures to the benefit of this community. They are our neighbors, right? And to be able to work well with one another, I think is a tremendous benefit. So there's not, again, I'm not the village attorney personally in Miami Shores, Richard Seraphin is, but we are able to, we have the opportunity to work in the best interest of this entire corridor, for which, there are no conflicts that would exist simply because of the proximity. And just as there wouldn't be a conflict in the event that we were representing Hialeah or perhaps some of the other firms that, any other firm might rep.
Nice to see you also, Mr. Ziegel. Again, as Mr. Bradford says, a great lawyer. It's not for me to weigh in on the question. I think it's a very good question. I, by nature, do not criticize others. So I would just say to the council that you need to make your own decision as to whether or not you will be in sync with Miami Shores or could have a disagreement that might affect your course of action in regard to Miami Shores. That's a matter for each of you to make your own decision about whether you have a concern about that. I do think it's a good question, but it's not for me to opine as to whether it constitutes any kind of a legal conflict, because it would be very fact-specific, and you have to decide whether those facts might arise.
Exactly, and if I may, it would be a fact-specific sort of circumstance, but I'm most certainly would be taking a oath to this village. I would be this village's village attorney. Mr. Serafan would be the Village of Miami Shores' attorney. The fact that we have a good working relationship is a benefit, but the fact that I personally would be taking a specific oath as to this village, never would I let any sort of issues concerning the proximity of the two villages be a negative factor in any way. And in fact, I think that it would behoove me and behoove my firm and behoove this village to look at that as a positive thing and be able to do things with our neighbors in a way that helps move this village forward. You know, the suggestion sort of to the contrary, I do not believe that there is weight there. Mr. Geller, I appreciate your sort of diplomacy, but if you want to expound upon that, you know, you're welcome to.
It's a decision for the council to make based on what they think might arise. I just, it's not a matter for me to opine about.
And I appreciate that, but I just want the council to know that I will take great pride every day, as will my colleagues, in representing this village and making sure that everything that we do, all the decisions that we make, have not one iota of any bias. I mean, I suppose sort of what's underlying here is that at some point, like the firm would be forced to like choose sides or something like that. That's not realistic, and I don't want anyone to be misled here by that suggestion that's based on the proximity. When to the alternative, we could look at this as a tremendous opportunity and a very positive thing that can help strengthen this position and strengthen the communities.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll just leave it there. I'm looking at the website now for Weiss Serota, and I'm also looking at the municipalities from. I'm looking at Greenspoon Martyr here, and then I see your firm also here. I'm looking at municipalities also. Yeah, I think the only thing that where it would become a problem is if us in Miami Shores are in some type of legal conflict. But I mean, we can look it up, but I don't remember the last time that Miami Shores and El Portal were in court going against one another, but it's a great question. Anybody else from the, yes, come up and say your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
My name is Charles Winters. Can I do this without the mask, or no? Okay. My name is Charles Winters. I live at 377 85th Street. I just have a very simple question. As a business owner, I have to know all my clients that I'm working with, and you guys are basically here to have El Portal as your client. It's a very small municipality. You could probably drive through the entire thing in 10 minutes. I'd like to know from each of you if you've actually visited every street here and actually seen the residents, the houses, and what you'd be representing.
That's a great question. I'd like to jump in. As I mentioned, I live in Biscayne Gardens. So I'm basically straight up North Miami Ave and just a little north of 135th Street. During the pandemic, my number one social activity was riding my bike through these beautiful streets. I'm extremely familiar with the geography here and the natural beauty and the diversity of the community. It's truly one of the reasons why I wanted to respond to this request for qualifications. It is an overarching reason, quite frankly, because I view this as my personal community as well. You know, my family, we spend time at the Citadel and at, the area right around there. It's great for our children. We'd like to see more opportunity for our family to continue to grow right here. And, again, I say right here because to me, this entire neck of the woods is my neighborhood. So I appreciate that question. I agree that that's of tremendous importance. And again, my firm is also not far. And, I am based at the Miami office of the firm. My colleagues that are here are based at the Miami office of the firm. So I do believe that when it comes to this community, we are very well suited to represent this community. I am very well suited to represent this community.
Well, first of all, as I said, I've been here on and off for very many years as attorney. I used to live also for many years across the causeway in North Bay Village, where I was the mayor. So this was very much my neighborhood. Our cities, our municipalities cooperated on a lot of things, including sharing some police resources and other things. I've been to events in a number of the parks here, different kinds of events with my late friend, Mayor Daisy Black, and others. I think that I've probably been on every street in this municipality at one time or another, some of them a little longer ago than others, but I can't really think of one, whether it's over by the school or otherwise, that I've never been on in the course of the years. Been in a lot of people's homes in the village over the years, so I think the answer is probably yes. I guess there might be one I haven't gone down.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the any other residents? How are we looking on Zoom? We're good on Zoom. All right. Hearing none. Going back to the council. Before they make closing arguments, you guys, or closing statements, I should say, closing arguments. I'm thinking about two attorneys up here. It's like I'm watching TV. All right. So before they make closing statements, any last questions or comments from the council? We good? Okay. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, since it was your idea, I will let you choose who goes first with the closing statements. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. There you go.
I'm with you, Dr. Lightfoot Ward. And again, above all, we're grateful for the opportunity to respond to this RFQ. We're a serious firm, and we're here to do serious business. There is in no way, shape, or form, and let me tell you again, because I will be the village attorney, not anyone else, there is no argument that can be made that there will be any other prioritization with respect to municipalities above this beautiful city. That's what I am here for. That's what my colleagues are here for. And it would be a tremendous opportunity, and one that every single day we would take seriously. We take seriously like our careers depended on it. I appreciate the longevity of, folks at firms like Greenspoon Martyr. I myself also have had a slightly long career at Genevieve's Job Love, and it's been consistent. And the reason is, I get up every day and I focus on my clients and I try to do the very best that I can for them. I have the benefit of working with incredibly knowledgeable, incredibly energetic, incredibly special colleagues. We prioritize personal relationships. I would look forward to having a personal relationship and getting a personal connection with each of you, learning about your families, having you learn about my family. I am an attorney, but I am not your sort of typical just looking to push paper individual as a man. Community means something to me. the growth of diverse communities means something to me. It's always meant something to me. It's how I was raised. You will get that. That's the energy that you will get from me. It's the energy you'll get from my esteemed colleagues. There will be no mistaking about it that the village of El Portal and Genevieve Jablov and Batista's representation of the village as the village attorney will be a big deal at our firm. And yeah, we do a lot of work. We have had tremendous successes. But it's going to be a big deal at our firm. It's going to be a big deal to me. It's going to be something that I'm going to take pride in. And I appreciate the opportunity. Like I said at the outset, there's no wrong answer here. I respect Joe Geller. I mean, I could tell you, my participation in trying to protect elections for years voluntarily. Joe was the leader of that. Joe would give direction and guidance with respect to that effort, and that's important. Joe is a pillar to the South Florida legal community. And I look forward to going above and beyond for this village day in and day out. And my firm, again, we are highly capable. We've shown it for years. We would appreciate the opportunity to show it right here, to show it to every single resident, including, even in the small world of being in the presence of Les Eagle. We are here to show and prove. It's not something that we take lightly. And again, thank you all. We appreciate it, and we hope to get your consideration for this appointment. We will not let you down.
Okay. I got my start being a municipal lawyer right here in El Portal. A couple of members of the council, the late Daisy Black and my former mayor, and my other friend, former mayor Philip DeRose, sat on a council that didn't want to hear them, didn't want to give them any opportunity, and in fact, conducted its budget hearings with the front doors locked. So they came to me and asked if I would sue the power structure in this village for violating the Sunshine Law, and I agreed to do that. And we filed that suit, and the guy who had been the mayor for years and his little tight clique quit, ran off to Colorado, and then they said, they'd had a village attorney here who'd been here for 50 years until he died. And then they had an interim that didn't do a very good job. They asked me if I would take it, and I said yes. As I said, I've been here through 3 iterations. I can just say this to you. I'm not going to tell you who I know. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of county commissioners. I know a lot of my colleagues that are in the legislature. I know a lot of people that serve us in Congress. I know a lot of people in a lot of places. I always try to put those connections, that knowledge at the service of this village. And I've done that. And I've reached out to people. And I'm not so in love with myself that I want to tell you who each of them is. But I do want to tell you only one thing. My passion for the work I do burns bright in me. I have some friends that have talked about they're going to retire I got a 14-year-old daughter. I ain't retiring anytime, anywhere, anyplace soon. But I don't know what these people would do in retirement. What do you do, fish, play golf? I'm much more interested in waking up every day and finding unique problems to solve. And I'm proud of the fact that I can get those problems solved, and I can find a way, and I can put the knowledge and skill and contacts that I have for the benefit of this village. That's important to me. It's the kind of thing that keeps me fresh and keeps me sharp and keeps me moving every day. I have that passion. It's been burning in me since the beginning of my career in public service, and it burns in me still today. So I'll tell you, council members, I want this job. I want to keep this job. I want to keep doing a good job for you. I want to do it because not just of professional pride, although there's a lot of that, but I want it because I believe in El Portal. I've seen it change. I've seen it grow, and I know what it can be. And you are close. You're on the verge of being able to make that next step. And by God, I want to be part of it when you do. So I want this job, and I hope you'll vote for us. Thank you.
Thank you both. If there's no further questions or comments from the council, that was their closing statements. This is how we're going to do this. At this particular time, I will ask for a motion from any of the council members, and you can motion either one of the firms, and then there'll be a motion, a second, and then we'll go to a vote if we have a motion and a second, and we'll go from there. It's open to the council. Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I move continuance based on the passion, commitment, concern expressed, that we stay with Green Spoon Martyr.
Motion is
As
made
our
for,
counsel.
thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Motion is made for Green Spoon Martyr LLP. Do I have a second?
That motion.
Second by Councilperson Perella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urbom.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Congratulations on becoming the full-time permanent attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Genevieve's
Thank you.
job-loving
Thank you,
Batista.
guys.
Tell Mr. Serafin we said
Thank
hello, and we appreciate him. Thank you very much, you guys.
Finally, we have a lawyer after 2 years.
Thank you, everybody. All right, so we're moving on to H2. This is the Village of El Portal water supply plan. If we could have Camilla, who represents Serbia, come to the podium, please. And the floor is yours, Camilla.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This item is a request from the village to make amendments to a comprehensive plan by adopting the 10-year water supply facilities work plan based on the requirements set forth by the Florida statutes 163.3167. Item 13 regarding water supply planning. If to actually get ahead of it and answer your question, Vice Mayor Urban, from last meeting, the plan, each municipality needs to adopt its own plan. The village did not have a plan prior to this one put forth before you, and it is responding to the regional water facilities plan by the South Florida Water Management District. They update their plan every 5 years, and if this plan is adopted, the village will have to update their plan 18 months after the South Florida Water Management District updates the regional plan. So we're looking at a potential update to the plan every 5 years. Are there any other questions about this plan?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Urban.
My only, just for the benefit of those watching, what water does El Portal manage?
Yes, thank you. Well, the village is completely reliant on the county for its water supply. However, the village is required to implement conservation policies and practices, which the village has incorporated in the recently adopted comprehensive plan. And it's important to keep updating and reviewing those policies to being consistent with the county's plan.
Vice Mayor Urban, you good? Are there any questions or comments from the council before I open it up to the residents for any potential questions or comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I apologize to you all. I have it here, looking at page 9. I had to go back to the history. I'm looking at an August 3rd, 2020 memorandum from the village manager. And on page 9, it references plus Serbia continue to work on the water supply plan and comprehensive plan, investigating whether to pursue the potential metering of parking on streets, et cetera, all of that stuff. And I'm now wondering, what is the water supply plan and comprehensive plan? What is it? That's all I could find, and I don't have enough information to even know what that is. What, we got a dam around here somewhere, or what is the water supply plan? I didn't see enough in the literature to give me some comfort. So can you help me?
Yes, absolutely. The water supply plan is a work plan that the Florida statutes require every municipality to adopt in order to make sure that there is enough, based on changes in each municipality, that there's enough water, that there's constant supply and enough for all of its residents. However, the village is 100% reliant on the county for its water. Even so, each municipality is required to have a plan, and the villages is most of what you'll see in the plan is a language required just to confirm that it's consistent with the counties. And in addition to that, it is required that the village restate the goals, objectives, and policies from the comprehensive plan that relate to water supply, specifically conservation practices that the village follows, or that can be pursued in the future, so that the water use can be lowered, and therefore there are no issues from the county side from their supply to the village.
Okay, let me see if, Mayor, let me see if I can get to the bottom of it, because for the average, if I'm having problems dealing with this, and I have this in my background as a professional,
Yes.
we will not be building a water supply system.
No.
Just check that off. That's gone. So what we do now and what we've been doing, we have to reaffirm that every so many years, yes? Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a reaffirmation of how we intend to continue doing business with our water supply plant. Has nothing to do with the flooding, has nothing to do with how our sprinkler systems don't operate anymore, has nothing to do with, it has more to do with consumption and whether or not we're being conservative in terms of use. That people don't understand, when you just keep the water running, that's not the practice that we should be doing. So we have specific, I'm making these statements to say, am I on the right track about this water supply plan? It is, yes, we reaffirm we shall do things to be cognizant of our water supply system, in a nutshell.
In a nutshell.
That's what I needed to hear, because too often, we see people running their sprinkler systems all night. That's county water. If you really look at where we are the closest, is right there in Liberty City. Am I right, Mayor? The big, huge tanks in Liberty City is where we get our water supply from. We do not get it from North Miami. We do not get it from any of the other surroundings. But we have got to be much better about how we have our water. It is not the Little River that we're getting our water out of. And we as a village need to become very much more educated about our water supply, because water systems throughout Florida are being, destroyed. That is the perfect word. And so we need to get the word out. I even had personal. I even tell my husband, when you turn the water on in the morning time, you want to brush your teeth, don't just leave it running. Put the toothbrush under the water and turn it off. Do not brush your teeth. I'm being practical, people. Water supply in Florida is becoming a very dangerous, going at a very dangerous level in terms of pure water. You keep hearing purified water. That's sewer water made to be drinkable. We're not there yet. California is. We're not there yet. I don't want to get there where we're drinking. Yeah, you got the message. So thank you. I appreciate it. I couldn't see anything, but I was hoping this is a reaffirmation of our commitment to how we use the county water, which is our water too, because we pay taxes to the county. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else from the council, any questions or comments for Camilla? Okay, seeing none. Anybody from the any of our residents, questions or comments about the water supply plan? Okay, we're good on Zoom? All right, hearing none. Just for the record, you guys, just if anybody wants any extra information, thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, for bringing that up. The supporting document entitled Elbertal Water Supply Work Plan, it has on the first page of the supporting document, just for our residents, it has the item, it explains the item under number 1. Number 2, it gives the background for it. It's probably about 7 paragraphs. And then number 3 is the recommendation from Placerbia. And then the next page after that, it has the frequently asked questions regarding the water supply facilities work plans. And so it has like about 7 bullets under why update the water supplies work plan. It explains why update it. It has 7 bullets there. The next question is, how is the work plan updated? It has a few bullets there. Who prepares the work plan update? When are adopted the comprehensive plan amendments due? What is included in the work plan update? What assistance will be provided to the work plan update? And right there you have a link to the South Florida Water Management District website that explains that. And it goes on and on. There's a number of questions there. So if anybody got those documents, it's right there on the first like 4 pages. And so again, thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, for bringing that up, and you can find that information there. Thank you.
And the comp plan's on there too.
And the comp plan is right after that. Right after those questions is the actual comp plan, so that's there for you also. And again, that's in the supporting document entitled Elbertal Water Supply Plan, Water Supply Work Plan. All right. All right. Hearing nothing else, you guys, do I have a motion to approve the water supply plan? Motion moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by was that Councilperson Pereira or Vice Mayor Urban? Is that Councilperson Perrella? Councilperson Perrella, second by Councilperson Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urbam.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, Camilla. So you're going to stay right there for a second. The next one is the new application for zoning procedures. And go ahead, Camilla, the floor is yours on that.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a request from the Village of El Portal Administration, brought up by the village manager and the building official, wishing to incorporate a separate application for zoning applications that require more extensive review than typical building permit application, including site plan review, variances, and special exception requests. Important to note is that this does not propose an amendment to the charter or any ordinance in any way. It is simply proposing a separate application, but following procedures established by Chapter 17 of the village charter. This will help streamline the process and make it clear to all the applicants how to proceed with any of these requests mentioned, which is currently not as clear simply because it is not the same process as a typical building permit application for other site improvements such as fences, driveways, et cetera.
Thank you very much, Camilla. I just want to thank Clerk Jacoby, Manager Lou, everybody for bringing this together, and just, with these new applications, is making everything more clear for our residents. So thank you for everybody for doing that. Thank you, Manager Lou, and thank your staff for me also, and Mr. Jean also, absolutely. Any questions or comments from the council?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilor Lightfoot Ward.
Thank you. I have to say thank you, because it just helter-skelter. I see that it's a pre-application review first. Is there a cost for the pre-application review?
The pre-application is optional, and there is. It is part of the fees established, yes.
All right. And it's at the discretion of the department or request of the applicant. The pre-application review is at the discretion of the department, meaning planning and zoning, or request of the applicant. Either or who's taking over? I'm just reading what the paper says.
Either or, typically it's the applicant who will request
I see.
a pre-application.
And you get a lot of those already?
Yes, actually.
So they want to know the process and everything before they even get started?
So, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My next question is, no. So the observation is compliance with land use regulations and development standards, a standard thing before you issue a permit, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Relaxation of technical requirements of the code. In other words, is there an exception to something that I'm trying to get done, and the answer usually is no, it's not.
That's for the variance request, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the last one is new uses or change of use. In other words,
Yes.
they come with one thing and then they start thinking about doing something else. For instance, myself, if I want to close in my garage, I close it in, but the real purpose is to make it a bedroom, different standards, different whatevers.
Gar-
Excuse me. Yeah. So-
Garage conversions fall under variances, but
I-
special exceptions?
I just made an
Okay,
example.
okay,
I
yes,
just made an
yes.
example.
Okay.
In other words, we want to clear the air long before they
Yes.
get involved in the process. And that way, the client, which is our villagers, and the department are on the same page from the beginning. That's what I see this is. Am I close?
Yes, it's meant to
Okay.
clarify, yes, thank you.
Very good.
I believe
Thank
Attorney
you.
Geller had a comment he wanted to make.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, Dr. Redford Ward, you have it exactly right. This is something that's done, I'd say, in most municipalities, more than many, maybe not all of them, but sometimes it's mandatory. I think this approach of flexibility is a good thing, but from the standpoint of somebody who's seeking permission, as you point out, the advantage is not just to be sure you're on the same page, but before you start spending a lot of money
There it is.
on plans and architects and all that other, you want to find out, number one, can I even do it? And number two, if I can, how? What do I got to do? So it's a real opportunity for someone to make sure they're not wasting time and money going down the road. And on the other hand, it allows the village, you know, both through staff and otherwise, manager gets to weigh in to try to guide some of what's going to be going on. You know, they may be able to say, well, you can do it any of these three ways, but it'll probably move quicker if you do it this one here. And it gives the village some real ability to help steer things in the way that it wants it and that the majority of residents. So I really, you know, compliment Ms. Zabla and plus Urbia for a really good job. This is something that we have lacked,
That's right.
that other municipalities have had. And this is one of those things we were just talking about, another opportunity to move this village forward. So it's a very good piece of work.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Attorney Geller. Councilperson Ward, Lightfoot Ward, were you completed with your questions and comments?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Are there any other questions or comments from the council?
No.
All right. Hearing none, moving on to the residents. Are any questions or comments to the from the residents about the new application for zoning procedures? We're good? Okay, moving back to the council. Do I have a motion to approve the new application for the zoning procedures?
So moved.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Urban. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call when we get a chance?
Roll call, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Urban.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank
Next, we're moving on to Citizen of the Year nominations. You guys, in the past, first of all, shout out to our current Citizen of the Year. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Shout out to our current Citizen of the Year, who is Elizabeth Fada Carpenter. She was chosen last year. In the past, you guys, the Citizen of the Year has always been chosen by the mayor themselves. But this year, you guys know how I am about like transparency and you know, inclusion and things like that. So this year I kind of wanted to like open it up, and I wanted to say to the rest of you all, if you have any ideas of who the Citizen of the Year maybe should be, if you don't have to think about it right now, but let's say if you can get back to the clerk or the manager with your ideas about who it should be by Friday, October the 8th. Friday, October the 8th. If you can get back to them about who you think it should be and why. Just a quick email about who you think it should be and why, or a phone call, but just get back to them by Friday, October the 8th, but just give your reasoning to why, who it is. I, along with the manager and the clerk, will get together, we'll make the final decision. But I do want to open it up to the rest of the council for the first time. I want you guys to be involved in this, all right? All right, October 8th, okay? Get back to either the manager or the clerk by October the 8th, okay? And the three of us will come together and decide. All right. Thank you very much for that, you guys. I'll be presenting that award at the October meeting. You guys remember my State of the Village address is right before the October meeting, so October is going to be, you know, another month. You know, it's right before, you know, we get into November, and then November starts with the holiday season and things like that. So October, we're going to be wrapping a lot of, you know, awards up and things like that also. Moving on to H5, Vice Mayor Urban, I don't know if you want to jump in here.
Yeah, so item H5, Halloween this year. With the budget process, we essentially were left with a bit of an open-ended public affairs budget in terms of similar structure as last year. So when the pandemic hit and a lot of the public affairs activities were canceled or otherwise taken off of the calendar, the Public Affairs Committee agreed to slash the public affairs budget and use those funds where they were more urgently needed throughout the village. So with the budget process this year, in a similar fashion, the public affairs budget was left, you know, less than intact, I'll say, which is fine. We can manage, but with these larger events that we have throughout the year, this next one being Halloween, the discussion essentially is how the structure of Halloween is going to go this year. So the way I see it, and I'm certainly open to discussion here, is a similar fashion to the spring event that we had, where we would have households essentially have an opportunity to sign up as official hosts in terms of a place where people can go and expect to have, a Halloween experience as far as, the trick-or-treating and things like this for the kids, right? So out of that would be born a map that would then be distributed to residents of El Portal only, similar again to how the spring event went. Obviously, anybody who wants to keep a porch light on and have candy out is more than welcome to. And there would be essentially an information sheet. Once the host sites were determined, there would be an information sheet that would go out to all the residents of how Halloween is going to work. In that information sheet would be a map as well as recommendations for how to basically set up your property so that people would know that they would be able to go and visit. In light of social distancing, it would probably be a protocol to the effect that a table be set up at the end of the driveway near, the swale, what have you, so that you'd have less crowding of groups, around the front door and things like that. So there might be some adjustments like that to accommodate for social distancing. Now, the critical piece of this is the budget, and so things to consider regarding that would be need for police presence because of the large number of pedestrian traffic after dark specifically, right? So that hourly rate will probably be one of the most significant pieces. Any materials that the village wanted to supply to a host house signing up, and then the flyers. Ideally, there would be two. One flyer to announce how it was going to go, asking for people to sign up to be placed, on the map that will be distributed later. The second newsletter, or the second flyer, I guess, going out would be the final kind of rules of how the night is going to go, the map of where people can be sure that they would be able to go and have that experience, and then the guidelines for anybody else who would just like to participate. Having said all of that, I'm open, as always, to discussions, suggestions. The way I say it is questions, concerns, compliments, complaints. Any and all. So I'd open it to the rest of the council to discuss how we might see this going forward here.
Vice Mayor Obama, if I may. Just a couple of things. So the first thing is in your idea, how much of a budget do you need for the candy and whatever you need, you think?
So, I believe we would probably want, manager, you probably tell me better than I would know, but I'm thinking ideally we would have at least 4 officers that night. How has it been in the past?
Okay, in the past we had an actual event. In the past few years, we have not had an event. We've just had candy at the table because it had been defunded
Right.
Some time ago. We had budgeted in the past $200 for that candy table here at the front. Police officers is quite pricey.
Right.
And we are actually having a big grand opening at the skate park that very same weekend. Our police are going to be over there. So we really will have a challenge with providing police.
Because of scheduling.
Absolutely. It's their big opening. It's a national event. It's televised. And so we are really called in to utilize our police there who are actually being paid off duty for that. We don't have a lot of police staff, as you know.
And
so
for that
I'm concerned
for that
with-
event, I know that the initial, at least within the council here, it was being announced as the 30th and 31st. I saw within the past few days that has been amended to the 29th and 30th. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'm
that is correct.
I'm guessing to accommodate for the fact that they might have a better turnout for those 2 days where.
No, it was more to accommodate the fact that we can't hold the 700 people they were trying to invite, and that we needed to make some concessions, or they had to make a few concessions financially as well as considering our police, our public safety capabilities.
Okay, so then maybe what I might ask the council is there a will among the council to have a Halloween event this year?
I mean, and I'll open it up to the council. I'll turn it back to you in a second, Vice Mayor Obama. But the first thing we would have to decide, like exactly what would take place, so we do decide the budget, right? So the budget is always like the main issue. So with the other event going on, are we going to be able to get cops? How many cops will you
Okay.
need for the event? So the budget's
then-
the first thing, kind of.
Okay, so that then, in light of that model, so for example, the spring event, it was a morning event, right?
That was going to be my second point.
What we would have an option to do would be to, make this a daylight hours event to reduce, to increase visibility and reduce the difficulty of having everybody traverse the village after nightfall, accounting for the fact that you have people out on the street, right? It will be Halloween, so residents of Miami-Dade County should be aware that there will be people out and about, but at the same time, people typically expect that more towards the evening, so people rushing from point A to point B to get ready for their own, events that day might pose a problem on places like Northeast 2nd Avenue, Miami Avenue, 87th Street, right? Where it might be difficult, so you might have residents who feel compartmentalized where they may not feel comfortable without explicit, police presence or other material, I guess, in terms of, cars being made aware that there are pedestrians out and about, right? So I believe it could be accommodated in terms of hours and the way the map works to mitigate any issues with the pedestrians being out, right? Now, beyond that, I think that the budget of $200 is probably adequate because host sites, we can, essentially put the information there. We still have gift cards as well from the spring event that could be distributed to some host sites. We have 5 of those, but so those have already essentially been paid for, right? Those could either be used to give to host sites so that they can go purchase candy, or some other fashion distributed or utilized, right? I'll get with the manager for the total on that, but I know it's 5 gift cards, and I believe, I want to say it's either $20 or $25 each. But I'll confirm that and email you on what that is. But I know it's either $20 or $25, and I know that there's 5 of them. So that much I can tell you. But so that may, help a little bit. I would say we want to have some kind of decoration regardless, for that weekend here at Village Hall, something to that effect, right? Some kind of decoration. So, so a budget, I'm sure in the past, the budget, when we had the block parties, right? I'm sure the budget was something like $2,200 or more. Right, just based on other events that we have, similar size. So I would say if we did this for $500, daytime event, limited hours, right? And then the critical pieces, the 2 pieces of communication. The one, asking for people to announce that they're going to participate ahead of time. The second one, to lay out the rules of how it's going to go out and the map of where people can be sure to go and have that experience. The flyers the cost of printing those materials, because ideally, I believe through the Women's Club, we would have the manpower to distribute 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper twice. I do believe we have the manpower to do that. And then it's just a matter of the printing cost of flyering the entire village twice. So, so that cost plus the candy, and then if we were to model it in a way that we would not require police presence, then that is a scenario I see where this happens. And I'll listen to comment.
No, I absolutely. I hear you. And right before you were saying that, that's what I was going to go to, because October 31st this year is a Sunday, right? And we have mostly in Upper Tower, it's mostly young children. So we don't even, and the next day is school. So I don't even think that we would even, even if we had the police power and things like that, I don't even think we would even want, them to do an event where they would have to be out on a school night, essentially, where school's the next day. It's essentially a school night on a school night, in the dusk hours of society. So I think that maybe what we could do, because if we're going to do it like the like how you set up the egg hunt event or the Easter egg event, the spring egg hunt event. If we're going to do it like that, then it's going to be mostly young kids, like how it was for the spring egg hunt event, and therefore, if you can cloak it like a Halloween before Halloween type of thing, and it maybe what might be the best idea, and this is this might sound outlandish, but what might be the best idea to where you won't need any police assistance is to do it Sunday like morning or Saturday morning, to where it's a morning event. What's up?
I don't mean to interrupt, but the son and the kids dressed up, you got to consider that too.
Yeah, but if it's
Also,
And you're walking.
Also, if the family's got to get the kids dressed up in the morning, because the people are going to have events that evening. So people are definitely going to have events to go to that evening, and so.
I just think that the further it gets to it being darker, like 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m.
Right.
I just think it's going to get crazier outside. It's going to get more dangerous. There's going to be a lot of cars in the street.
No, I agree. And yeah.
So Sunday morning
yeah.
is like it's more of like a relaxed, calm. There's not many people out on the street.
Right, but accounting for church and things like this, I mean, with something
What about
like
Saturday morning?
Well, I mean, or even the Sunday like 1 to 3, or even put it up against 5, like 3 to 5, in terms of people's expectations of when they can travel around on that map, right? Because the way with the spring event, we encouraged everybody to walk. We encouraged everybody to walk from essentially it was a walking tour of the neighborhood, and it was really kind of nice that way. But at the same time, we made it clear, if you have a need to drive from location to location, and by all means do that, right? And so until we would have a list of volunteers, a list of host houses, right, we wouldn't really be sure as far as how that breakdown is going to work. Are people going to stay in Sherwood Forest only? Are people, things to that effect? Are people going to stay on the west side only? There's nobody going to cross Northeast 2nd Avenue. There's nobody going to cross 87th Street. So, in that regard, if this is a bridge too far for us, we just need to say that. But at the same time, especially as we exit somewhat the pandemic, there's certainly, especially this year, going to be a lot of families with the expectation that something would be occurring. So again, one of my concerns and the reason for the flyering the neighborhood twice is because we don't really want to announce this to outside communities. That is something same with the spring event. We want to avoid that so that this is really a El Portal community event where the people of El Portal are aware of it. And it's not going to be blasted on Nextdoor. It's not going to be. It might be on El Portal specifically on Nextdoor, but it's not going to be. It won't be blasted. And really, the information truly is going to be in the form of an 8.5 by 11 flyer distributed by hand throughout the neighborhood. So so there, yeah. Dr. Lightfoot Ward.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Urban. I just think that maybe. Next year it falls on a Monday night, but maybe things will be open more next year, and maybe.
Well, by next year, hopefully, we're back to the block party format.
That was one of the best. That's what I was going to say.
That was one of the best block parties Miami.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say maybe because of planning and things like that, and time, and the skateboard park and things like that, and lack of police presence. Maybe we should think about it next year, because next year, from the outlook that myself and the manager are looking at with the budget, and you guys will hear so much about it when I do the State of the Village, but there's going to be so much money coming in to where the budget's going to be much better next year, and I think that we can plan something better out. We can go right back to the block party right here on 87 and have a wonderful event, and so maybe we should just look to do that.
Okay, so then regardless of what the decision is, So if that would be the decision, I still believe that there should be some form of communication to the residents, that there would not, I believe the expectation is there that something will take place because, I mean, it's right, wrong, or indifferent, it's Halloween. And so I do believe that the expectation is there. And so if we're not going to do it, I just think it could be something, it could be on the website, it doesn't have to be, a dark rain cloud of an announcement, but at least to let the residents know that there will not be an event, so that way they could plan accordingly and not be counting on something that all of a sudden the day comes and they're like, wait a minute, nothing's happening. So just for the benefit of the residents to be able to plan accordingly, we should make some announcement to that effect, and even like a welcome announcement to next year's, bash or something to that effect. So
Yeah, I'll put something together. We'll put something together, put it on the website.
right.
Tell them to have a safe Halloween, and get ready for next year's big Halloween block party coming back in 2022.
And then
with something like that.
Okay, and then while we're on the topic, because it will come up, I without getting too much into a sidebar here, I do want to address one of specifically Dr. Life Award's concerns, but it's actually a concern that I share as well. And that is, as you know, the next one beyond that is Thanksgiving, which we discussed in terms of turkey giveaway. We'll deal with that in Public Affairs Committee. But I'd just like the council to put our minds toward some manner of event around the winter solstice, right? So, because of the number of cultures that have celebrations around the winter solstice, we should consider something that would be inclusive and that would be something that the residents would be able to participate in for that time of year. And so, anyway, I would like the council to keep that in your brain because it's coming up soon. So, okay. So is it the consensus of the council then that we will forego an official Halloween event this year? Okay. All right.
We'll do a all in favor say. Do I have a motion to forego?
Do we want public comment on this?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I mean.
I'll do a motion in a second, then we'll open it up.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. Yeah.
Do I have a motion to move the Halloween celebration to 2022? Hopefully back to the block party. Do I have a motion for that?
Yeah. So moved.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Urban. Do I have a second? Second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. We'll do all in favor. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Back it out.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any residents that have any comments about Halloween, either 2021, 2022? How are we looking on Zoom? We're good on Zoom? My full moon brothers, we're good on Zoom? A thumbs up, all right. We have a motion, we have a second. We have no further comment on Halloween 2021, moving to 2022. Let's just do a roll call, not might as well. We waited so long, Madam Clerk. Let's just have fun with it.
It's gonna be quick.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Peretta.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right, we'll see you in 2022 for the block party. Moving on, you guys, this is a resolution. We're in the resolutions and ordinances. This is I-1. This is a resolution, interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County Circular Shuttle. Attorney Geller, if you want to read that into the record, please.
Yes, sir. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the village manager of the Village of El Portal to enter into an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County for the Transportation Circular Pilot Project Shuttle to Downtown Transit Project, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. This has been a long time coming. Vice Mayor Urban, remember we were on that town hall, the Zoom town hall, where they were telling us all about it. This is a long time coming. This is one of the achievements. I have them all listed out of my State of the Village that I'll give in October. But Madam Manager, if you want to expand even further, we're going to have a circulator shuttle come here to El Portal that will be going downtown. It'll be free of charge to the residents. We're going to have 2 stops in the village, right? One right here in Village Hall,
Right.
one over on the west side by Horace Mann. We're going to have awnings to protect from the rain and weather. So when the residents are out there waiting for the shuttle to come, there'll be protection from the rain and the weather. Madam Manager, if you have anything else you want to add?
Yes, you've said everything, and, you know, this may look familiar to you because in April of this year, you passed a resolution allowing me to take the FDOT grant that is being utilized for this shuttle. Well, we are using surtax funds to do the match. And so because we are using surtax funds, we now have to do an interlocal agreement with the county. So this is what's before you now, is that you're allowing me to do the interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County so that we can provide the match funds for the FDOT grant that allows for the circulator. And I know we've been talking about the circulator for a while. We're still waiting for the equipment based on the pandemic and just things being delayed. We don't have our electric van yet, but the moment we get it, we'll be ready. So I ask that you please pass it so we can get our interlocal agreement executed.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. We appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the council?
Yes,
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
let me say for the record, I am no longer on the CITT. I cannot hold 2 offices. So I've been asked the question now, this is a perfect time. Cannot hold 2 offices. Notwithstanding, I was around when this idea came along, about a couple of years now. And I was a proponent of these projects. I have a few questions nonetheless. What is the duration of the project shuttle, since this is a pilot project? That's my first question. The criteria for continuance, that's my second concern. And what will determine success of this shuttle project?
The duration of the pilot is 1 year, and is extended 2 additional years thereafter. The possibility of continuance, I think you're saying, what would determine it if it continues? Ridership and success. We will be calculating the number of passengers, the routes, just the nuances of the pilot program to determine whether it will continue or not. And we are going to be learning best practices from our other municipalities who have done this project before. I know that Miami Shores had this for a very short duration. They didn't have the ridership, so they postponed it and said that they will pick it back up after the pandemic. So yes, there's a delay in getting the equipment, but we're also in a pandemic, and I think that would also affect us as well. So when that time comes, we'll be calculating those the ridership and the particularities to our community and how they're utilizing the service.
Mr. Mayor, since the village manager and I are having this conversation, I have a couple of more concerns. I'm more concerned about the success. This is a magnificent opportunity. I'm part of the brainchild that brought it as an issue, as a concern, as a possibility. I was on the CITT when the first shuttle went into effect, and I'm looking at the city, and I can't call it by name, but it's very successful today, and most of them are. Will there be advertisement on some way to let folks know? Because that's the word getting out continuously. Let's not assume that everybody has a computer and can use it. Will the word get out successfully? There's only 2,700 of us. I don't know what the benchmark is, but I'm sure you probably heard what the benchmark is today, in today's standards, what the benchmark is for this shuttle and to make it work. Because I think all 5 of us, as well as that committee that meets when we're not meeting, what's that committee called, Mayor?
Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force.
Yeah, the sustainability, just sustainability alone tells me we're gonna need some help. Just getting the word out that we need people to not only know that the shuttle is here, but to ride it. And in that That's a campaign advertisement that I hope that the CITT, the surtax monies will also finance so that the project will be successful. And I mean successful for a minimum. That's why I was asking, how many riderships do we need to have? We're only 27, just short of 2,800 residents. That's all we are. So how many would it take to be successful? Because if we can match that number or exceed it, it's a given. That's our surtax money. That doesn't go towards streets and other things. But we need a number, and we need a vigorous campaign to let people know the service is here. If we don't use it, we will lose it. And usually it doesn't come back, because once a city understands it, that money is going over to the cities that are utilizing it. And we're small, so we're a perfect example. Can it work in a small city, or can it not? We will probably be one of the first to make that. So we really got to put our feet to the floor and make the tires run.
Let me first, if I may, as far as getting the word out, it will get out to everybody. I'll take care of that. I have a brand new push to just push out information through flyers and things like that. As a matter of fact, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, I believe I'm hitting your street tomorrow, but some individuals have already gotten those flyers. The first one I've passed out with the social media information for the police department and for the village itself. I've been hanging those door hangers on every single door. You know, out of my discretionary, I've ordered thousands of door hangers for all the flyers that are going to be coming. I haven't hit Sherwood Forest yet. That's also, and I haven't hit your street yet, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, but you'll see that. And you'll see how these flyers are going to be starting to be distributed right there on the door of every household in El Portal, so it can't be missed. There'll be another flyer going out next week that will be about the, early next week, this weekend actually, that will be about the construction that's going to be happening for the flooding. We have flood construction starting October 3rd. That flyer will be on every door next week, letting everybody know that that's coming. So they're not like, what is this construction happening? Why is this? We're improving flooding. We're fixing the neighborhood. You know, my focus is always infrastructure and things like that. So the word will get out there. As far as the rest of your question, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, I'll turn that over to the manager.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the public education campaign is vital to the success of the program, and in fact, it's a requirement as we do the pilot. We had a town hall meeting about the shuttle service, and I'm sure we'll do many more thereafter, just to put the word out and to let people know about this being one of El Portal's resiliency measures. I mean, it really is. It's something that's being promoted by our county mayor as well, the resiliency, in improving transportation and alternative means of transportation and modes of travel. And so, yeah, we're definitely putting the word out in paper flyers, meeting with people, and putting things on social media and on the website, of course. And hopefully, as time progresses and we are a little more tech capable, we'll have a marquee that can put that information out as well, a digital marquee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Really appreciate that. Any other questions or comments for the manager?
Yes, briefly.
Yes.
I do think this will be a success because I think the need certainly is there. As far as the communication, map and schedule will be honestly the two most critical pieces of all that communication. So if people can find a map and a schedule easily enough, then I think that will be the key to that success. Just a reminder that this is on the public affairs radar, because there will also be screens on the shuttle that the village will be able to use for its own branding. We can even sell ads to local businesses and things, or add space to local businesses. It'll be opportunities for them as well. And then additionally, something like this is exactly what is needed to alleviate the congestion issue in this county. And it is beyond me how the western expansion of the Kendall Expressway got approved that is going to be the death of the Everglades, and where are those cars going to go now that they are going to streamline all the traffic from Kendall? You just have a brand new bottleneck further up the road. It's total foolishness beyond belief, and hopefully the success of a program like this will help demonstrate to people with thicker skulls that the future of human transportation is mass transportation. And I love my car, I love my private time and my space, but it is absurd in a metropolitan area this size to build another expressway. It's just total stupidity. Anyway, I'm excited about this project, and I do think it'll be wildly successful.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Urban. And great point about the expressway over Kendall. Any other questions or comments by the council? All right. Hearing none. Any residents, any questions or comments? Any visitors? How are we looking on Zoom? We have one? We're good? All right. Hearing and seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution I-1, Interlocal Agreement, Miami-Dade County Circulator Shuttle?
So move.
Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second for the resolution?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Urban. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. Next is Resolution I-2. This is the Craig A. Smith and Associates renovation proposal. This is another great win, Madam Manager, for the village. Attorney Geller, read that into the record for us, please.
Yes,
Excuse me, I'm sorry if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I do have trouble with this resolution that's before us.
Let Attorney Geller read it into the record first, and then right after that, I'm coming right to you, Councilperson Perella.
Okay.
All right, I'll come right after
Okay,
you.
thanks.
All right.
Sorry.
Got you.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the village to approve and accept the Craig A. Smith and Associates Parks renovation proposal, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
All right, Councilperson Perella, thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Councilperson Perella, the floor is yours.
Yes, well, again, I have troubles. It got me by surprise, actually, to see the resolution here. I didn't think we went through the steps of getting quotes for the renovations of the park. I don't know, Madam Manager, if we had to go through the whole process and getting, a proposal from other vendors, and seeing here $75,000 in front of us with the resolution already in place, I think is a little too premature. So that's why I would like to table this resolution, and so we can go through the whole process and how it should be done, a more open way, I believe.
If I may?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, let me make sure you don't have to repeat, because I'm going to say something similar too. Can I do that? Mayor, do you have any
Yes,
objections?
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, go ahead.
Let me just, I saw this proposed scope of services and proposed fee for professional services. I wasn't around probably when this first came up. I probably wasn't on the council. If I was, I don't remember it, okay? But I'm always, and I do know Greg Smith. I know when he was on the council, all right? Excellent individual. This is not a personal matter. This is mainly what's processed. And this isn't, maybe I know it came before I got here, since I've been here the second time around. I have a concern about it, just as he does, the map, because it only dictates task 1 through 4. I think it's 5 tasks, that basically he's writing, he's gonna produce map of topographical surveys. I don't know why. I don't know why we even need it. What I do know is the topographical maps in Florida, the entire state of Florida has been mapped by the U.S. Geological Survey in 7.5 minute topographic quadrangles. These maps have turned 7.5-minute quadrangles, et cetera, all that fancy stuff. Each topographical triangle map is given a specific name, In other words, it's already exists. Why are we doing this? I haven't seen a proposal. I haven't seen people, maybe you already did it and it just got lost with the COVID-19 stuff. But I have a real serious concern of this item coming up at this time without past knowledge that it was even on the radar. And I think in that memo I mentioned earlier that you wrote back in whatever year that was, that date that you wrote a memo, I think it was in it, but I think it's unfair to just simply say we gotta approve it, and I haven't even seen any bids for it. Maybe it already happened, maybe they're old. I don't know what the answer is. I just know that this is what I'm talking about when we talk about the budget, that I didn't see it coming, and quite frankly, it took me off, it put me off balance.
Madam Manager, I'm gonna let you come in a second, but let me. So what this is about, you guys, is improvements to the parks. It's not just necessarily about the survey, it's about park improvement. And so we're gonna be improving all of our parks. The reason why it wasn't in the budget is because this money is not a budgeted item. This is money that our taxpayers don't have to pay. This is one of the things that when I talk about how myself and the manager, we've been going out and we've been fighting for so much money. And when I first came in, we were fighting for so much money, and now the money's starting to come in. These are funds that are not from our taxpayers. These are funds from other areas, other places, grants, Tallahassee, Washington, D.C. We have funds that are going to be coming in more and more. And we got funds for park improvement to improve our parks. That's what
Mr. Mayor,
that's what it's for.
Yes.
Yes.
I know exactly where the money is coming from, and it's money is coming from, because I've been very involved with the project, with the parks. It's actually into the Public Works Department, which I'm a chair of. And it's not coming from the budget or anything like that. That's why you didn't see it on the budget. But it is troubling to me to have gotten just a quote. And I was in the conversations with Craig Smith and Manager Lou. With the presentation they did, we were waiting for the quote, and again, I see. I even asked the manager if we could actually get more quotes and see and compare and see whether make it a process like we're all supposed to do on everything. No, like having, I don't know if this is an item that needs to be have the same steps as any other expense that we have to incur. And also, I don't know if I'm comfortable spending, and I mean, I haven't seen even the plans or the drawings of what is they're planning to do in the parks and charge $12,000 in one, $8,000 in the other one. So I need to see plans. I need to see where their vision is for each and every park. Not just because we got the money free from Cavista, now we have, we don't care about how much it costs, we just have the money and throw it in there. No, especially Nature Park, River Stakes, those are parks that are not even parks.
If I may, please, I'm sorry, Madam Manager. I just ask to actually get quotes and go through the process as far as, landscape and, Okay,
the
so
whole
if I
project.
may, Craig A. Smith is our engineering firm. They have a landscaping architecture arm or portion to their engineering process. They're doing the surveying, the landscape architecture, and engineering service. That's something that I can't do on my own, but I'm utilizing our engineering firm to do so. So we have an engineer that does work here in the village, so this is their price for doing this work for us. We do want to do the renovations. I've been talking about the renovations. We've all been talking about these renovations for at least 2 years now. It's been in my manager's report every month. We had the meeting with Craig A. Smith, went through line by line, what each park was to be planted there, what was to be designed there, and that was presented to the council as well in my memo from 2020. So I'm just moving it forward. I also have Craig A. Smith on the Zoom, but I think they lost connection, Dwight. But let's see, perhaps he can better answer some of your
While you're
concerns.
looking, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilperson.
Mayor, I hear you. I'm sympathetic to it. I'm just concerned years down the road, auditor comes in and he says, did you do a bid on it? And we'll say no. When I look at the numbers 1 through 5, they don't match up with the task amount that's being asked. And that troubles me. Mayor, you know we are cautious about what we do in the village. You know that we get audited. You know that we want to protect our manager as best we can, but this is like it fell out of the air. Yes, it's in your reports. Yes, I've read them. Yes, all of that is true, and I appreciate that. But when I look at the numbers of the proposed fees for each park, and at the same time look at the topography survey, and the numbers don't match, it kind of bothers me of why is it being pushed so quickly, and the fact that we have an engineer. I want to improve the parks. I want to keep them improved. That's not the issue. The issue is, should we get audited? Will a basic question be asked? Did you go out for bids on this? And if you did, do you have documentation on it? That in a nutshell says that's an open wound for me, despite the fact that we have an engineer on task. He would be the one leading the effort and then advising us on what should be done once we see what others are proposing to do. But just to simply, every time I see something from Mr. Smith, I'm always like, what are we doing here? Why are we in bed? It gives a different impression to the residents when they say, why only CAS? What is this? You just explained it to me. He is our engineer, but he doesn't necessarily have to be the one that does the project unless it's a competitive bid.
Understand, he's the project manager because he's our engineer. What would go out to bid, it would be the construction, the actual work to be done will have to go out to bid. He will assist me in preparing those RFPs or RFQs, whatever is necessary to do that, but there has to be payment for the project management of this, as well as the surveying, the architecture, and the engineering services.
And this total
That's what's
cost
before you.
then is more than just 41,000.
75,800.
It's 75. Gee, Williams, that's my whole salary.
Yeah, if you look at the next page, you have the surveying cost of 27 and the project coordination cost of 7,500. Let me just say this. I have no problem though, what I was explaining was what this was actually about. It wasn't about necessarily surveying, it was about park improvement. That was the first thing. Second of all, just let me say this. So Craig A. Smith, and Craig A. Smith is an engineering firm. It's not Greg Smith, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, so they were never on the council. Craig A. Smith is an engineering firm that
Yes, he was. It was a Craig.
no, but I'm saying, but not, yeah,
But not the
Okay.
engineer.
but not this
Thank you.
one.
I appreciate that.
And not this
Yeah.
person.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
but I'm
And
saying,
he's
that-
online,
I'm just,
by the way.
I'm being clear that this was not, he was never on the council. Craig A. Smith is not, he was never on the council. Let me just say this, and like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with what you guys are saying, but I'll come to you right now, Vice Mayor Urban. But let me say this though. Us using Craig A. Smith and Associates in the way that we do, you guys, it's like the way we use Placerbia in the way that we do. So we have an engineering firm that we use for these type of items, for all type of items, engineering related. That's Craig A. Smith and Associates. We've had them for a long time. Everything with design and architecture and stuff like that, we use Placerbia. So if we say, okay, Placerbia, we want you, Camilla, we want you guys to go ahead and do something, they might do it in-house. They might hire another firm that they know to help them, but they bring us back the results. When they do that, and you see Madam Manager shaking her head up and down, when they do that, we don't tell Placerbia, well, how did you get this? Did you put it out for bid? Who helped you with this? And things like that. So I mean, we can either have it like where we have certain companies that we've contracted, like Craig Smith and Associates, like Placerbia, and we entrust them with the process. As the manager said, it's not like they were going to go do the construction themselves. They're not doing the project themselves. They're the project manager. When we get to the construction phase, that's when they'll bring back the quotes of what the construction companies that they'll use, and we'll pick which construction company we want to use. But we do have certain companies that are contracted, and we get on them to do the work like this, and they bring us back the costs, they bring us back the plans and things like that in order to start the project, in order to get it started in the design phase. We're talking about upgrading our parks. They have to just at least do the survey and things like that so we can start to do the design phase. And then they bring us back renderings and things like that, how they're going to upgrade the parks. We're not even at that point yet.
And Craig A. Smith is on the line now. They are on the Zoom if we need them.
Attorney Geller.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a statute in Florida statutes called the CCNA, the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. And what it says is that municipalities and governmental entities may enter into what are called continuing contracts for the rendering of professional services. Not any and all, by the way. For instance, you can't do it with lawyers, even though lawyers render professional services. But certain kinds of professional services that consultants render, including architecture, engineering, landscape architects, and I think there's a couple others, are allowed to be under what's called a continuing contract. So we're clear, there is nothing that says you can only have one firm under a continuing contract. You may have several engineering firms if you feel you have the need. But CCNA says that the selection of the firms that will be providing services to municipalities must be done on the basis of an RFQ. That's why, frankly, I thought it was so odd when this village used an RFQ for attorney services. It's typically done with an RFP, which has a price component. And that allows you to look at price, and people make their proposals. But under the CCNA, under this, I know you got that one, Councilman Perrella, I know it. Under the CCNA, you may not do an RFP. You must do an RFQ. You must make your selection or selections, you can have multiples, based solely on qualifications. That may seem a little counterintuitive, but there's a reason. Cheapest architect is not necessarily who you want. You may not want very, very best architect, although, probably a good idea, but you're not stuck when you select somebody. If you can't reach an agreement on price for certain things, you're allowed to go on to the second highest ranked proposer based on qualifications, or even the third, or you can start over again. But cheapest architect may mean the roof falls down on the people who are in there, so you must make your selections based on experience, qualifications, and you may not bid to the cheapest bidder those certain professional services covered under the Act. Now, if you have a couple of firms under continuing contract, you may be able to go to them and say, hey, what would this one cost me? I don't think we have more than one because, honestly, we don't really do all that much engineering work. So but if you have a concern about that, council members, you can ask that we go out again and pick additional or more firms to have on standby, so to speak, but you don't bid these kinds of services, engineering and architectural services, because the paramount concern for them is safety. As the manager explains, you have a firm, you have a proposal from the firm, you're not obligated to accept that proposal. You're correct if you don't like it or you have some reason to think it's improper, you can choose not to approve the proposal you receive. But once you get the plans drawn, once your professionals do survey, and another example, by the way, surveying, once that happens, they will draw the bid docs, they will help as part of their proposal to administer the bidding, and construction, because it's supervised by an architect, an engineer, your building official, etc. That can be based on price, again, assuming that you're only going to pick a qualified person to do it, but that one you can competitively bid based on price because the consultants who are going to oversee it have already drawn plans. So it's not improper for you to question this proposal. It's your discretion to approve it or not. You will have bidding for the construction services, which will be a great deal more than just planning and engineering them. But you may not get competitive bids from anybody who's interested in the work to do your construction, to do your design services, because that would violate the CCNA statute, which is not a stupid statute. It's there for a very good reason. Sorry to be so long-winded in that.
No, thank you, Attorney Geller.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
with all that being said, thank you very much. But to the naked eye, it would have just simply said Associates Parks Renovation Program. It says renovation proposal. So you start looking at the caption, the brief caption. Then you begin to look at the numbers, and then you start looking at, and a light bulb ought to come on. That's what my fellow person is saying. A light bulb went on. Didn't sound right, didn't look right, didn't feel right. And so what you said, Joe, brings it to the light of what's going on here. No, we don't just do, we have an engineer firm. We have Preservia for planning and zoning. We understand that, but that is not how it's presented. And when I did the basic, just real basic research, and it says topographical maps in Florida. The entire state of Florida has been mapped by the U.S. Geological Survey, 7.5 minute in a quadrangle. That means a film. You can see everything. So why do we need to pay someone? I'm just getting beyond where my colleague is talking about. Why do we have to pay someone to do a mapping of the topography when it's already there and he's charging us for it? Why couldn't he just simply look at what's there, tell us what we need to know about it? It's not the first time we're doing these parks. We've done these parks before. What kind of tremendous thing is going to be required for this kind of a budget? This is 75 grand? Come on.
Not for mapping, but Dr. Lightfoot, the answer to your question is not one that I have, but my understanding is you have Craig A. Smith and Associates on the Zoom.
Yes.
I think that's an excellent question, but there may be an excellent answer. You ought to give them the opportunity to answer your question.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make that comment because I'm waiting for that
That's a good
response.
question.
Yeah, no, and if I can jump in, the topographic survey is more for architectural and engineering, yes, but we're not planting any equipment or
They didn't
anything
do any of
on
that.
most of the parks, it's just plants. So as, you know, if Kaz can, yeah, come in and.
If we could bring Craig Smith Associates over. There we go. Mr. Rubio, are you there with us? 1 second. We're going to turn you up a little bit. He's with them.
Orlando Rubio is the project manager.
Yes, we can hear you. Were you able to hear the question, Ms. Rubio?
Yes, as far as surveying and the landscape architect scope, the scope is trying to follow the guidelines that the village manager put in a memo from what was needed for each park. The work at the parks, again, from what we understood, was more involved in just, limited planting. And as far as, I've used for very generic purposes, obviously I've used the U.S. quadrangle maps, but they are 5-foot contour and they're not anywhere detailed enough to be site specific, to, redo the landscaping and put the amenities the landscape guidelines memo was requesting. So there's earthwork involved, or going to be involved. I also have Jim Santiago on the line, I believe, from Jim Santiago Landscape Architects. He would be a sub to us. He would be managing his work, and he also has an arborist on board to identify trees and be involved with the permitting. So again, we could not use a quadrangle map for that. It's obviously the sites would be too small, and there's just not enough lines in between to make the determination. So we could go back and revisit the scope, and perhaps reduce the scope to not include all those amenities that were talked about in the parks, and come back to the council if the council wishes. That's what it would take to survey those parks. They were pretty specific to what the scope entailed. But
Yeah.
maybe we can just meet again with the manager and Councilman Farella to revisit the scope and perhaps reduce what is wanted in those parks.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, do you have any more questions for me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, before I move to table this,
Mm-hmm.
is there a deadline on the use of the funds, these secret funds that I obviously don't know what they are or where they're coming from, but they're not coming from taxpayers' money per se? Can we table this for a minute? Because Mr. Rubio, his voice, his instructive nature, his presentation just now said they need to look at it again, because he's heard our comments, and I think he recognizes why it's such a quote-unquote mystery to the council at this point. And I would appreciate it if unless there's something that would preclude, because of a deadline, to spend the money, we need to have them look at this thing again, because if you get a bunch of neighbors that like to plant trees and plants, I bet you 10 to 1 we could do it ourselves, and it didn't take all of that. Because whatever happened to those parks, especially the one over by, with the white rocks in them, I don't know who did that, but that was pretty. It don't seem to be anything real critical that needs to be done, to that one. I'm talking about right here in Sherwood Forest. I'm talking about that one. But over there where the nature trail is, oh yeah, there's lots to be done over there, for sure. I live right there. But I think you need to look at this differently and present it in a way that's comprehensible to the average person. Because tell me, if I wasn't sitting up here, I'd be sitting down there and I said, what? You want to do what? To plant plants? I would be indignant. And I'm trying to be polite up here, but I would be indignant when I see a number like that and you ain't even done any work yet. I would be totally indignant if I was just sitting out there in the audience instead of sitting up here on the council. Can we move to table this for further information and directions?
Yeah, I asked for a motion in a second, but let me, first, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, let me allow the manager to respond if she would like to, and
Yes,
then
I
let me
would.
go to Vice Mayor Urban, who did want to say something.
I did meet with the Village of El Portal follows the Miami-Dade County Parks and Recreation Master Plan for parks planning. Councilperson Perella and I met with them and went through every park here in the Village of El Portal in 2020. From that meeting, I took notes, reviewed all of the recommendations from those planners, and compiled a memo that I distributed to the council. I also put it on the village website. It gives recommendations for what is to be planted, what should be removed, what parks need a little bit more care, such as the Tequesta Mound needs to have specific work done to it that will require archaeological oversight. The Sherwood Forest Park you're describing is not to be changed. We're actually going to utilize the existing plan because that was renovated about 15 or 20 years ago. So we're going to use those exact footprints and just do the planting. But again, plants were put in or installed that do not fit that location. And because of the water levels over there and the flooding, that's another issue that needs to be improved in that park. The nature trail, in the memo, it goes through each park and details what needs to be planted, what needs to be done. Some trees need to be removed, some paving has to be redone, and the Soares River Estate Park is also one that needs a lot of addressing. I came before you trying to get the deeds to those two parks on the west side so that we can start doing the renovations. That step took a long time. We had to put this aside, get the deeds. Well, we weren't allowed the deeds, but we did get the authority to do the renovation. So that was presented to you when that came. Now we're at the point where we're ready to move forward. I'm open to whatever you would like to do. There is no deadline for the use of the money. Cavista funds are to be used, federal money. We've also applied for grants. So we do have options, and we do have a little time.
Vice Mayor Urban.
Yes, just one more wrench to throw in here is that sites 3 and 4, the Sherwood Park and the Tequesta Mound, both lie within the archaeological designated site, and so if we are going to now officially through ordinance, I believe, be holding residents also accountable to that reality, is not just the Tequesta Mound. This is 87th Street south to the canal. This is Northeast 2nd Avenue east to this Village Hall. That entire area is an archaeological site, and any work where digging might take place has to be accounted that way. So I'm also in favor of tabling this, and that is a discussion I think should be had with Craig A. Smith and any subs to be able to know that they are fully aware of that reality and any additional costs, because that's time, and that's a lot of time to take into account on even just a simple landscaping project, now dealing with an archaeological site. I believe that reality is going to be shocking to residents. It seems to be left out of the discussion here of these parks.
No, it wasn't, I'm sorry.
I know.
We have.
I'm with you. But anyway, just to be sure that certainly is properly accounted for. And then I do understand the need for the surveys, but additionally, even though this has been a directive for 2 years, once the surveys would be complete, I think we'd be at a next stage of specific approvals from the council regarding what is going to actually go into each of those spaces, obviously with as much public input as possible. Additionally, the tree board is not scheduled to meet until January. We could meet before then, but I'm also curious to know if Robert Ruano specifically was involved in any communication with Craig A. Smith because of his ability to know which plants would be becoming available for free from the county through the tree planting program. So there's other resources like that as well that we could be taking advantage of.
Yes, Neat Streets is a part of Miami-Dade County Parks and Rec, and they were involved in the site visits and went through with us.
So Ruano was there?
Robert Ruano
Okay.
is aware because he works with Neat Streets for
Okay.
our tree grants. So we did have the county, in fact, we really wanted the county to do, we hoped to get them to do the project management, but they don't have the staff and they didn't have the time, and they did tell me that on a number of occasions, so we had to utilize our own engineering services. But, you know, if you want more information, we can bring this back, and I can provide you these memos that I provided a few months ago, and we can go through these with you. That is not a problem. There is no deadline. I just wanted it to move forward since we have gotten, you know, so many steps checked off already. Okay.
All right, thank you, you guys. Before I ask for the motion, if there's a motion to table, for the sake of time, you guys, like, you know, as always, we're going to open up for public comment. But for the sake of time, it's already like 10:18. Usually public comment, the way it goes is that, you know, you guys come up with public comment about this particular item. But I'm going to allow the residents here to come up and make public comment, and you guys can make public comment about anything at all, so that we respect your time as much as possible. I understand it is getting late. So let's come up, you guys, name and address for the record, and the floor is yours. Come up to the podium, please.
Mr. Mayor, while he's coming to the park, to the podium, do we own these parks? Because the rumor is hot that we don't even own these parks, and how can that be so? Do we own these parks? Are they part of the village?
They're part of the Village of El Portal inventory, but two of the parks, the ones on the west side, do not belong to the village per se. We have the authority to do the renovations on that. I brought that to the council
Yes.
and made much reporting about those parks because they are considered right-of-ways, roads,
Right-of-ways.
unutilized
Yeah,
roads.
I know about the nature trail.
So those two,
Okay.
the Soares River Estate Park and the Nature Trail.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your patience.
Ian Hayes, 376 Northeast 85th Street. First of all, thank you guys so much for everything that you do here. I mean, this is like 3.5 hours in. It's so tedious. It's like mind-boggling that you guys do this for us. So I know it's thankless in many ways, so we appreciate it. And I know the residents here have been waiting a while. I believe we're all here for the same reason. I think there's 8 households represented. I'll try to be quick and direct. Basically, this is about short-term rental. We have a concern. We would like to know what is the status of legislation or code enforcement or whatever may be in place or what we can do. The reason why is there is a property that was just purchased in Sherwood Forest, and it's become a party house, and there's been a lot of issues in the past 2 weeks. And I think everybody here could tell stories about speeding cars and fireworks at 4 in the morning and music videos and intimidating neighbors and things of this nature. But if you could help us understand how we, excuse me, as residents can participate in making sure something goes into effect so this doesn't continue and that other houses don't go into this process. So thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to turn to Attorney Geller in a second, but let me just say, I'm not going to say anything, but let me just say this. The council will tell you that this was brought up to be started at the previous Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. I had 2 items on that agenda, and that was signage in the business district, what we're going to do about signage in the business district, and the second one was all about short-term rentals. And so at that meeting, at the committee meeting that happened a couple of weeks ago, we had Preserbia, who's going to go back and design the language for us to fight against that, and he was helping out legally so that we could do it legally, and that was coming back to the November committee meeting, which is the second Tuesday in November. It comes back there, and then if it passes there, it will be passed for certain at the November council meeting. We'll have something in place to where we could fight and do what we can. There's something I can't say legally, but we'll fight and do what we can when it comes to that.
Okay. What, as residents, can we do to be heard so that we
Come to the
feel
meeting.
that we're being represented
Come on.
properly?
Well,
Mr. Mayor, real simple. Come to the meeting.
We're here.
Come to the.
8 of us are here.
No, this is not the night for the meeting. The meeting, when we meet as a committee, we want you here, because we feel just like you all. That's why we're fighting. But I need you all to be here for the discussion. If that's why you all are here, thumbs up, because that's what we're fighting. We know, we feel the pain ourselves on our block.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do in the
In the
meantime?
meantime.
We've been told by the police just to file or just call if there's noise complaints, which sometimes is the case, but then there's speeding cars and then there's intimidating people to the, I mean, it seems like every time we try to do something, they're like, go to the council meeting. We can't really do anything. So in that meantime, what do you recommend?
So like I said, the process has already started. And so they're coming back with the language in the November committee meeting, and then hopefully it passes there in the November council meeting. We'll have something passed for sure. That being said, continue to call the police if you can, if there's something there. Continue to report those type of situations also, because that helps us with like our case. Attorney Geller, go ahead. I see your hand up.
Okay, so Ian, let me try to be as straightforward about this as possible, okay?
Thank you.
And I hope I don't offend anybody by saying this. And I don't mean the people in the room. The fill in the blank with a negative word that implies that people lack certain fundamentals
Respect.
who run this state are doing this to you, and it's no accident, okay? I serve in the legislature, but I'm a Democrat, and they don't listen to us. I won't say who they is. You can fill that blank in too. The fact of the matter is that the Florida League of Cities, 400 cities across the state, plus counties, have been fighting this issue for not months, but years, because cities and counties ought to have the right to pass things to control what's done at these places. You come here, you want them to protect you, but as is the case on a bunch of things these days, the people who run Tallahassee prohibit it. They have passed a law that says local government can't stop this. And the reason they say is, oh, well, that's private property rights. It's free enterprise. You can't stop somebody from using their property to make money off it. Now, that's not true. We stop people from doing all kinds of things that they could make money on. Can't run it as a brothel. You can't run it without as a bar unless you get very particular liquor licenses. Why should you be able to run it basically as a cheap hotel? But that's the law they passed. Now, after fighting for several years, there have been a couple of real minor things that have dented that law. You can make them register and charge them a little money for registering. So what Miami Shores does, that's going to be coming here. That's not nothing, but it's not what you're looking for, or any of us is looking for. you can enforce certain basic safety measures. If there's a pool, for example, you can make sure that the drains have drain covers on them, because there have been instances, particularly of young people with long hair, mostly girls, but not always, who get their hair stuck in that drain and drown. So you can enforce that one, and you can make them say who the owner is, and give you more than some P.O. box in New Hampshire, and have to have somebody that's local and that's on site. But you can't just shut them down or fine them, because they passed a law that says you can't do that. And we have been fighting that law, because cities ought to have that right, and counties. It didn't help, frankly, that Miami Beach, when you could, because now they say, well, if you had the law before 2011, we're not going to make it be repealed, but most people didn't. It wasn't that big. Miami Beach passed something that said they could fine people $10,000 a night. Well, I mean, that may make sense on, on Pine Tree or on the Intracoastal, but it kind of horrified a bunch of legislators who said we got to do something about it, but not my caucus. So the fact is, it's a fight that continues. It's a fight that continues every year, and more needs to be done. So what else can you do besides come here? Because you can come here and they agree with you. But just like the law that, the gun laws in this state, if I can editorialize, that are ridiculous and crazy, but they say, oh no, that's people's rights, and a whole bunch of other things. What you can do is get your friends, your neighbors, your family, and start writing to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate in Florida, not Nancy Pelosi, in Tallahassee. The Speaker of the House is Chris Sprowls. The President of the Senate is Wilton Simpson. And try to start flooding them. Now, I don't know, honestly, that they're going to give a damn how many they get, but what can you do? Those are the people who could change this law. Even if they didn't let you do anything, they could let you do something. That's who can change the law. That's who can make it better. In the meantime, there are laws. Noise is one. Trespassing is another, if somebody's coming and walking on your property. Thing is, officers need to see that. Speeding, you know, because you're out of a party house, you don't have the right to speed. So yes, one of the things that the mayor, the vice mayor, the council members, the manager have talked about, when you come and identify a place and say, when is it hopping, or if you get wind of a flyer that says, big party Friday night at 8, you can tell them, and they can talk to the chief, and they can say, you know, let's have a couple of folks out there and keep an eye on what's going on, maybe not at 8, but maybe at 10 or maybe at midnight, and see what they're getting away with. And the laws that are on the books can be enforced. But what you want the people running this state won't let you do, and you got to try to maybe, with enough pressure on them, they would back off at least some. So that's, you know, that's the straight scoop here. I mean, you know, they're for you, but there's a law, a stupid. Well, it's a public meeting. I'll try to watch my language. I could use a lot of other words, and I won't do it out of the dignity a public meeting gets. But if you're still here when this is over, I'll use all of them to you privately.
Thank you so much for that explanation. It certainly helps us understand why, and I certainly would not expect anybody here to agree otherwise that it's an issue. I guess the question is, how can we get creative with these intelligent minds here to watch out for our neighborhood? We like Sherwood Forest, we like El Portal for what it is, for families being able to walk dogs, kids walking around, and if we have issues like that, it's, you know, it's a new group of people every night, every few nights, something like that. So it's an on thing.
Some of it, but some of it's just,
Okay, well,
I mean, if they're, coming in your property and improperly adversely affecting your petunias, for one of several different means that they could do that, that is trespassing, you know, you could take a picture of them, you could try and, you know, get the police to come and look. They do, you know, have other responsibilities. We don't have all the police officers in the world, but if you've got a party, you can identify it. You found some flyer, as they pass it out, that's how people know, one of the ways, when you see it on the internet, let the office know, or let one of the council members know. And there can be, these people are so crazy, some of them, you do a lot of stuff that's wrong. It's the wrong stuff you can't stop and catch it.
yeah, it's just an ongoing battle with neighbors and whoever the next person is, because, for example, one house that brought this up for the 8 of us that are here, it's listed as 10 people can sleep there, and, you know, it's got a pool and so on and so forth, and I don't know if there's something around parking possibly, because the day before, 2 days ago, there were 14 cars that were in everybody's in yards, and then we asked the police, and they said, well, technically they're in the swales, but then Sherwood Forest was laid out before swales even existed in, what, 1924, so I don't know if there's creativity around that, at least in this particular case, but I don't know how that works for the other areas of El Portal. I don't know. I guess we'll show up at the meeting, but anything that you guys have that we can help you with, or you could help us with, I mean, you can see we've been here for almost 4 hours because we care and we want something done, so thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Hi, my name's Adam. I'm at 360 Northeast 85th. The property that Ian is talking about happens to be my next door neighbor. So a couple things that you said. First being my ex-girlfriend's father owns a place in Tavernier, a small community in the Keys, and their residence has a strict policy against Airbnb rentals. My understanding is the next door neighbor was abusing that policy, and that house was foreclosed on. So I'm assuming there is some law in effect that communities can create a policy that says that 50% of time spent in a residence has to be lived in versus the other 50% that cannot. In other words, there has to be a ratio.
They had a law before 2011.
No, and it's probably associations. Associations have a lot more, to say, because my sister-in-law owns a property in the Keys also, and they rent most of the units Airbnb.
Yeah,
I mean, and it's up to the association whether they allow them or not.
Right. Well, I'm not 100% sure if there's an association. I just know that in that community, and it's a very small community, so I'm not sure if there is an association or not, that there is a law that says that there has to be a certain ratio. Maybe you're unaware of the law, I don't know, but if that can be researched at some point. I think the challenge that I have personally is, you know, this is a brand new thing. This house, I think it's 358 Northeast 85th, has been I've lived in El Portal since 2012, in my house since 2012, and this house has been, it's had squatters in there. It's been vacant for 12 years. I think the entire time I've lived in my house, there's never been anybody that actually lived there. And about 3 or 4 years ago, actually, Ian and a group of people came in and renovated the house. I don't know if you guys know which house it is. It's a beautiful white house right there on 85th. And finally it sold, and then that person rented it, but it wasn't a short-term rental. It was a regular rental, and then they moved out. He sold it to this new guy who I met, who said, oh, no, I'm moving in, and he has been Airbnb-ing it
for the last 3 weeks, and I'm talking 4 a.m. parties at the pool, blasting music. It's just, and it's, just last weekend there were 40 people, 30, 40 people in the house. So it's a concern, and, I've got, my first kid is coming, being born, and, I don't want to live in an area anymore that is going to allow this type of, it's for the first time I'm like considering moving. Because if I have a neighbor that is, and if we allow it to happen, it's very bad for the neighborhood. This is I was hearing the other attorney that talk about how this neighborhood is so different than any neighborhood in that I know of in Miami. We got to protect it. We can't allow residents to buy these investment homes, which is, I'm all for investment homes, but then short-term rental these things out. It's bad for the neighborhood, it's bad for the neighbors. And I do believe that there is some sort of law out there that that can prevent this type of thing from happening. So, it's going to ruin the neighborhood because, everyone will leave, and then you'll become, an Airbnb neighborhood. Yeah. So, it's just something, I want it to be taken seriously. We're all going to come on November, but I really think that it's a big deal. And I just want to make sure that there's things that we can do to I don't know if it's tickets or some sort of, hey, you can't do this, and, fine the guy or whatever. He doesn't even live here. He lives in California. So, I mean, it's, that's the situation, and, I know he's here for the same reason. We're all here for the same reason. So, thank you.
Jed Rivero, 225 Northeast 86th Street. It is a shame. It is concerning that, with the exception of Dr. Lightfoot War, you three have been here for almost, 2 years? I've been texting the chief, I've been texting the manager. Since 2014, I've addressed the fact of the Airbnb behind me, okay? There's been parties, there's been fireworks at 2, 4 o'clock in the morning that sound like cannons. And I have told you guys to do something about it. There's ordinance about parking on the grass. I got a notice of one car parked on my grass years ago. You guys don't know about that ordinance, right? There's ordinance or issues with code enforcement, and nobody has done anything about this house or the ones behind me. The one behind me has an 8-foot fence, which I've addressed with all of you, and you've done nothing. So you guys need to get your act together. And I'm changing that word act for you to fill in, like Attorney Geller has said, okay? Not only the issue of the Airbnb. You have a code enforcement officer that you, Council Member Urban, called the pit bull, that drives around but hasn't done her job, okay? What can be done? Pass the damn ordinance to restrict partying after 12 o'clock. Review the ordinance about parking on the grass, parking on private property. I don't live near that house, but from day one that I saw a fancy car, I knew that it was an Airbnb. And I was expecting this to happen, okay? Review your ordinance, make your code enforcement person do her job, that is correctly, and her name is Michelle, not Pitbull, okay? And don't penalize us. Because those Airbnbs, make them register and charge a big amount of money. Because those Airbnbs are devaluing our neighborhood, and I've told you all that since 2014. And it hurts me to hear you say that this has been brought up a few weeks back in planning and zoning. I've addressed this in an open council meeting. I've addressed with the chief a new property I've identified. I know this because I walk the community. Some of you have not. So please get your job done, or the elections is coming up, and somebody's going to take your job to get it done. That's all I have to say. Oh, and by the way, I'm Republican, and I did not vote Republican.
Hi, Charles Winters, 377 Northeast 85th Street. So the only reason I'm coming up here, I'm agreeing with all of my neighbors here, but I know you actually can do something and you have done something. Right now, I am doing a big renovation on my house, and I had to hire a contractor from across the state. I brought them over here, and I paid for an Airbnb in our hotel. It's like 87th or 89th Street. After their first day of working, they went to the Airbnb. They used the code to get into the house, and someone called the cops on them, and the cops escorted my contractors who had the Airbnb. They actually were there. They had the receipts and everything off the property, and they asked them not to come back there. They didn't do anything. They just walked in there. They were Hispanic. They were contractors, and the police officers told them to leave. And I don't know what went on, but I can give you probably the officer, not the number because of the date. They did not write them any tickets. They did not do anything bad to them, but they told them they were not allowed to be there, even though they had a receipt from Airbnb and everything for that place, including the code to get into the house. You guys follow me? So something has been done for other Airbnbs, and they did it to me just 2 weeks ago in El Portal. So maybe we could figure out what you guys did to me and do it to other people?
I don't know what happened. This is the first time I'm hearing about that. But there's no policy in place right now for Airbnbs.
There was no police report, and I went to the police officers, and they explained to me that no one was filing charges or anything.
Yeah.
And I had to find another lodging outside of El Portal for the contractors that are here.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I apologize for that, but I have no idea what happened in that case. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. So, all right, thank you.
If I can summarize.
Yeah, and then I want to say something also. So
Okay.
go ahead.
All right. I'll let him speak first.
Good evening. I'm Richard Glazer. I'm at 389 Northeast 85th Street. And I want to go on the record that I am in support of my neighbors as well, and very concerned about this. The cars speeding by, the fireworks. Again, I'm not going to be repetitious. I did read through, and forgive me for mispronouncing it, the the charter. I'm no attorney, and I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I'm going to tell you it's hard to read through, but there is a provision in it that shows a business district along Northeast 2nd, and the other areas is residential and then commercial. It goes on. I think there's 4 different sections. There is a line in there stating specifically about inns and bed and breakfasts only in the business districts and not in the residential sections. I don't know how the laws can be written and looked at in this regard, but I'm sure it was written before 2011 initially. It was supersedes that. So I'm sure we can do a little bit of research, and possibly with your help or with some other attorneys if we need to, but to even form I know the power of a homeowners association is much greater than some of the laws that are written. Maybe we start petitioning to build a homeowners association within Sherwood Forest and the other districts, if it's not the entire city. But I'm willing to pay dues and do some formal formation of some way of combating this. It's got to be taken care of. I realize there's not a law written in there that prevents it. There's not a law in there, at least in the city, that allows it. And before there's a law written that specifically allows it, we need to write a law that specifically prohibits short-term rentals in some fashion, to what degree we can. The homeowners association, I'm certainly willing to throw my 2 cents, and I mean literally my 2 cents in with an attorney if we need to start looking at formulating a homeowners association within Sherwood Forest. So thank you for your time. I know it's late. You've got a lot of business to take care of, so thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, I have one last recommendation for the speeding problem that goes on it. Oh, sorry, Adam Simon, 360 Northeast 85th. Speed bumps. You've got them on I think it's 6th Avenue. You have nothing on Northeast 85th Street. I'm noticing a lot more kids on Northeast 85th Street. You've got some new residents that have moved in with young kids. 85th Street has a big problem with people just flying through to cut across to get to Biscayne Boulevard from Northeast 2nd. So speed bumps may be a solution to slowing cars down so that it's less dangerous. So something to consider. I know you mentioned you were big on infrastructure, and might be something to look at. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, let me say something real quick, and then. All right. So first of all, I just wanted to thank you to everybody for your comments. As far as the speed bumps, so we've already started a traffic study. Madam Manager will tell you, and so to do any type of traffic calming, we had to first do the traffic study, because we can't just go and just throw speed bumps on the road. We can't go and just put up stop signs where we want to. We can't go and change the speed limit signs where we want to. We have to first do a traffic study, then take that to the county and show the county, look at what's going on in El Portal via the traffic study, and then we want to do these things. They'll look at the traffic study and say, okay, now we see, okay, we're allowing you to do these things. We have to get permission from the county, all right? But that's already been started, okay? Already been started. Traffic study's already been started. As far as everything else besides the gentleman right here that mentioned, what did you mention? You mentioned the, I forgot what it was. It slips my mind right now. But everyone else besides the gentleman in the dark blue shirt, everyone else, what you came up and said, we've already started working on. I would never cut anybody off. I would never cut anybody short. But everything that you guys said in the committee meeting earlier this month, we have committee meetings every other month. In the September 2nd Tuesday committee meeting, we had the planning and zoning meeting. I have Placeria Wright, the Camilla lady that was standing right here earlier, who does design, the architecture, and planning and zoning. She was here. All those things you guys mentioned, we started to talk about. And we instructed her, I'm the one that put it on the agenda. And we instructed her, go back, write up language, bring it back the next committee meeting. We do every other month, September, so November, the second Tuesday in November, she's bringing back language. We even spoke about how many beds are in each property. And we can tax per bed for Airbnbs. And we can charge them high fees per bed. Let me just say this. I didn't want to say this on the record. Look at Attorney Geller's face looking up. He's like, be careful, Mayor. I didn't want to say this, but essentially, and Councilperson Lightfoot Ward knows this, essentially, we're looking at not only all options, but we're looking at all options within pricing them out of El Portal. I'll read it. Now, I'm not supposed to say that legally, right? That you make laws to price somebody out. Oh, but keep it a big secret. I understand, but because they came up here and they were saying so many things, I want them to know that, because I think like the narrative was that like we're not doing anything and we need to start to do something, but the process has already started. It's just you guys, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, but it's just you guys came to like one meeting too late, basically. Because if you guys would have been here the second Tuesday of September, you guys would be like, oh, this is exactly what we came to talk about. They're talking about it already. Right? So, So no, we appreciate it. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you guys, staying so late, and we apologize for that. We meet. We have full council meetings once a month, right, on the last Tuesday, where we have to do everything in these council meetings. Plus, we had a lot of awards given at the beginning that took up a lot of time. But everything's started. The process is started. So what you guys need to do or should do is to come the second Tuesday in November. All right, second Tuesday in November. Come to the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, which is the first meeting. So that's 6:30 p.m. November, what's second Tuesday? November 9th maybe or something like that. November 9th, 6:30 p.m. Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, and we're going to be discussing all of these information that you guys were talking about, we were already talking about, all these different options. We're going to have it all written out, and then we're going to all debate amongst ourselves, which you guys will be there, and you guys will be able to give your opinion. Oh, we should add this. Oh, no, this one is not a good idea. We shouldn't put this one in it, but maybe this one over here is a good idea. We should put this one in the language. And we're going to come up with a language to where we can, close Attorney Geller's ears, to where we can make our way around the state. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Where we can make our way, but we're doing that, and we're coming up with all those type of options. As I said, we even came up with an option that day with charging per bed. Not only them coming, right, Madam Manager? Not only them coming to have to get a permit for Airbnb, but we're talking about charging per room, charging per bed, like high amounts of money, to where people are like, man, this is so high, we don't even want to go there. There's all the options you guys talk about, we're talking about all those type of options to get around the state law. So it's already being started. Our process has already started, so don't think that up until tonight we weren't doing anything, because the process has been started, and we really appreciate it. And just come the second Tuesday of November, 6:30, Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, and you guys can get up and give your opinion. You'll hear the language that we have, and you guys can give and say, oh, but you know what you guys are forgetting? This is, like, what about this also? And we can put that in the language. And then that second Tuesday, that Tuesday committee meeting, if it passes there, then it goes to the full council meeting for November, which I believe because of Thanksgiving, that might be like the next week or something like that. It comes quicker. It comes the 17th. So once we pass it at the November committee meeting, then we're looking to pass it right away full council. Once we pass it full council, then it's in. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll have it. It's the first meeting, and I will have it the first thing. I promise you. It may be the only thing. Well, I'm doing that, and I'm trying to tackle the signs on Biscayne. I mean, not on Biscayne, signs in our business corridor, because I don't want it to where, because right now we don't have anything in place, and I don't want it to where we look up and years from now people have like bright neon signs on Northeast 2nd. You know what I mean? Because the signs in the business corridor, we don't have like a stipulations for them right now. So I'm trying to tackle those two things at the same time is what I'm trying to do. We appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. All right. Take care of the rest of you guys. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm up again. It's late. I'm tired. Baby's asleep.
You say your name and address for the record.
All right. Charles Winters, 377 Northeast 85th Street. All right. Okay, I wrote this down, so I'm just going to read it down. There's a new Florida state law that prohibits local governments from investigating anonymous code compliance complaints. It's known as Senate Bill 60. The law went into effect July 1st and specifically states that a code compliance officer may not initiate a potential violation investigation that stems from an anonymous complaint. Last week, upon seeing our code enforcement officer writing a ticket for a neighbor, I asked who initiated the complaint. She said she couldn't say because it was anonymous. And I said, there's a new law in El Portal residents. I mentioned there was a new law, but then she said that there's an El Portal resident that has the ear of an official in the village, and they basically talk to someone, and then our person gets nudged to go in that direction. And I said, this is unlawful. So as a law-abiding citizen, I'd like to request some government oversight. No citizen should be able to circumvent the law because they are friends of a government official. And can we find a way to be proactive in upholding the law and protect our homeowners?
Well, let me just say very quickly that this is, first of all, our code enforcement officer who knows about this is very adamant about that law, because we get code enforcement complaints from residents about other individuals in the village, and we've had a lot of problems at first. Like, I mean, it's kind of calmed down, but at first, a few months ago, we had a lot of problems with residents saying that they saw something in somebody's house, and then her telling the resident, well, you know, I'm going to have to put your name in the report because of this new law. So I've been in the office where I've seen her enforce it and get in an argument with the resident doing the complaining because they didn't want their name. They wanted to stay anonymous. And she was against that. Like, I've seen that with my own eyes.
You know what she said
multiple
Thursday
times.
or Friday?
But
she was writing a ticket for someone?
No, but I'm saying, I hear your story. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that, like, I've been around her on multiple occasions where it just goes against, like, what I've seen her do with my actual eyes. So, I mean, the village manager will talk to her about it and ask her about it. But she's usually consistent in the opposite direction. So I don't maybe she was losing. Yeah, maybe that day she was. I don't know. But the village manager will.
Okay, and also, I'm sorry, because a resident had come up and started talking to me when you started talking, so I didn't hear everything, but I'm assuming this is about the anonymity of code enforcement violations being reported, and it's no longer allowed by state law, so we don't do that. And I know Ms. Shariar has been, on top of that. She isn't even including.
She's the one that told me last week, because I was asking her why she was writing a ticket for someone at a deceased person's house, why they're writing them a ticket. She said, well, someone, reported it. Like, who reported it? She goes, I can't say because it was anonymous. I said, you're not allowed to state protocol 60, et cetera, et cetera. And she's like, well, someone above me has a friend who has an ear for them, and someone is basically circumventing this, and they basically send me out on patrol because this person tells someone else, and that person tells her what to do.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, because that is something I'm aware of, and I'll speak with Ms. Shariar for sure about this. And if you wouldn't mind just coming over when you were done speaking, we can exchange information so I can follow up with you.
Yeah, and I know, Vice Mayor, you've been patient, so I'm gonna let you talk. But let me just say this though. I've had pushback because residents have called me and said, I got this, I got this violation, this and that. Can you take it off? My house has been like this for 10 years. Can you take it off? And I told everybody. And let me tell you, the village clerk has been there when a business owner called me to get something done. And just like I told her, I'm stopping that whole legacy of favoritism. I don't do it. That whole legacy of favoritism, I don't do. And I've been getting a lot of pushback from residents. Because I say, when they come to me and they call me for me to fix something, I got a violation, can you fix something? I tell them, I don't know how it was in the past, but I've stopped that entire legacy of favoritism. I don't micromanage anybody. I don't micromanage the village clerk. I don't oversee her. I let her do her job. The village manager, I don't oversee her. I let her do her job. So I don't come over top of anybody and see what's going on or try to manipulate the system for people that I know or people that I like or things like that. I tell everybody that, and I got a lot of pushback, and I got a lot of people who used to like me don't like me anymore because I told them, I said, look, I'm not doing the favoritism thing anymore. Don't even contact me. Contact the code enforcement officer. Contact the village manager. Because that whole legacy of favoritism is done with me. So I don't know her saying that. I don't know where she would have gotten that from because I'm really adamant about not putting political pressure on any part of this department, any part of this government, any department in this government. I don't put any pressure. I leave them alone. Ask them. I leave them alone. I let them do what they want to do. I let them run their departments. I don't come as the mayor and say, what are you doing? How are you doing this? I don't want it done this way. I don't want to do it that way. Make sure you do this. Make sure you give this person off. Make sure you get this person. Don't give this person a violation. I'm totally against that. So I don't know why she would even say that. Like I said, those two things, I don't know if that day she was like losing her mind, but those two things are things that I've never seen them do. And they know how adamant I am about starting a new culture of non-favoritism. They know that. So sorry you went through that. Attorney Geller. And
Mayor, let me just say in defense of Ms. Sherrier, who's not here, that I see cases all the time where someone says something meaning one thing and the person who hears it different. That doesn't mean anybody is not telling the truth. It's the same as that kid's game called telephone. People are not very clear communicators. They're not trained, you know, and it may be, I'm not questioning the gentleman for a moment. He knows what he heard. But, you know, there's also the question of what was said and was it effective communication. So I just want to point that out. You know, maybe there's no miscommunication, but Ms. Sherrier might say, did I say those words were misleading? I shouldn't have used them. That wasn't what I was trying to communicate. So.
Thank you, Attorney Geller. We're going to go to Vice Mayor Urban right now, but I need a motion to continue the meeting, you guys. It's past 11 o'clock. Do I have a motion to continue the meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Mayor Urban, second by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, Vice Mayor Urban.
I'll just say that I'll get with Manager Alou to talk about that specifically, probably, because look, as far as Officer Sherrier goes, I can tell you that she was threatened by the husband of former mayor over code enforcement, and she asked me specifically, should I acquiesce to this threat? And I told her, absolutely not. You have the support of the council. So I agree that this goes against all of my experiences with Officer Sherrier, and so I will probably follow up with the manager just to find out what that specific incident was. And I also agree with the attorney. I can tell you from years of waiting tables, I'm sure no one really cares about the opinion of a waiter, but I will tell you that you earn a master's degree in communication while waiting tables. And so I have witnessed hundreds of thousands of miscommunications over everything from a cheeseburger to where's my wallet. And so I'm concerned by the story you tell enough that I will follow up with the manager on this. I know you were speaking with people in the back, but I'll say it again. Officer Sherrier specifically has come to me specifically with an incident where she was confronted by someone essentially claiming to have authority over her, and she stood up to them and did not acquiesce. So outside of that, I'm sure we'll be moving on here, but
I'm not at all trying to. Sorry.
No,
I'm not trying at all go against her, because
And
this
I'm
is,
not-
this is more along the lines. When I asked for the name of the complainer, it was anonymous. Because I was very specific. Tell me who the name is. There's no miscommunication there.
Right, but
who made the complaint?
you understand it's possible in that moment on the street, she may not have either had the name available or was not aware entirely of where her authority lied, and being able to just tell you
Brought
that.
up the law, and I showed it her.
No problem. We'll get to the bottom of it, you guys.
Right, but again,
We'll get to the
on
bottom of it.
that conversation on the street is not where, that is not a courtroom. So I just want, I'll say it again, because I have no compunction whatsoever about saying this. She was threatened by the husband of our former mayor over her citing their property. She talked to me and said, should I acquiesce to this threat? And I said, of course not. You have the full support of the council. So I agree with the mayor in saying that all of her behavior demonstrated I'll speak for myself, all of her behavior from the time she's hired until I saw manager's September report with all of her citations listed, verbal included, verbal, courtesy, all of it, right? And so until I speak with the manager and probably with Ms. Sherrier in the same room, I would not be able to comment on I certainly was not a witness to this, right? But it is concerning enough that I personally will follow up with the manager and Officer Shariar. But I do want you to understand that when it comes to her specifically, she's easily the best code enforcement officer we've had potentially ever in this village. I now have a newly painted wall and new landscaping because I was cited by Officer Shariar. And so it's, all we're saying is,
I was gonna congratulate you.
right, yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah. All I think that we're trying to express is that does not match with the behavior. However, it sounds like it might be something outside of the norm, that maybe it might not even be something to do with the current council. Did she tell me? I'm not gonna ask you, but it's something that we will get to the bottom of, because it is concerning. It is I'll even say it's alarming. The story you tell is alarming. That should be that should be outside the realm of possibility for our code enforcement officer to be susceptible to that.
Excuse me,
It
sir.
wasn't her,
If I-
again.
I'm sorry, if I may.
Hold on,
What's the address for the Airbnb? What was the address?
I gave them the.
Yeah.
The-
I got Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Yeah.
Mr. Winters, is it possible that the anonymous report was filed with the city prior to July 1st?
No, because it was about the bulk pickup. Okay, so let me go back to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me repeat what I said before.
Yeah.
I'm actually not talking about her. She's doing her job. This was not about her. This is her, she was letting me know that there are people above her that
Yeah.
are pushing her in a direction.
I'll get to the bottom of
And
that.
they have, one citizen who used to, apparently a lot of anonymous complaints, has the ear of someone, and that someone kind of pushes her out to go do certain things.
That's helpful to know.
And it's not her. She's doing fine. I'm not
Gotcha.
complaining about
Okay.
her.
Okay.
I'm saying that she let me know this.
That is very helpful to know, and I personally take incredible issue with that, and I will be looking into that.
Okay.
And I really, really appreciate.
Yeah, we're
being
trying
aware
to
of it.
change all cultures from the
Yeah.
past, man. That's like one of my main
I'm not going to
things.
be on like a blacklist now.
Not
right?
at all. Not
That's
at all.
that's what.
No, look.
I suddenly have 10 code violations next week.
No.
No, we're
That's what exactly what we're talking about. We're like I'm
we're
like
Look, we're incredibly happy, honestly, to see everybody here tonight, because for so many years there was an environment of nobody walking through that door and everything being done with not a single resident witness. So this has really been refreshing to have people come in, honestly, with complaints, because it's nice to see the residents back in the meetings again, and things can be productive, things can happen out of that. We cannot do this without resident input. So it's invaluable to have residents come in and bring things to our attention. So we certainly would never discourage you to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Do I have a motion to table the Craig A. Smith and Associates renovation proposal?
Yes, motion to table
Did I already do that?
I-2. Yeah.
A resolution I-2?
I'll second.
Motion to table made by Councilperson Perrella, second by Vice Mayor Urban. Can I have a roll call to table the Craig A. Smith and Associates renovation proposal? Resolution I-2.
Councilman Quirrell, when you said I-2, did you mean you two?
No, the resolution I-2.
Roll call. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I apologize deeply, but my stupid joke distracted me. I want to advise you parliamentarily, a motion to table means that something is there in. You may wish, I don't want to tell you what to do, I just want to be sure you know the option. You may wish to use the motion to postpone to a time certain, which means it automatically comes back up. So if you wanted to postpone it until the next council meeting, you have the option of moving to postpone to a time certain. When you table something, it may mean it's not gonna come back.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, withdrawing. Well, what I want is to have quotes for the work that's being done.
Listen. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's table it, because we don't know the time they're gonna come back. Sometimes it might take a long time to get. It might take 2 months to get. No, you're good. No, we appreciate that, because we know that for next time. But let's just table it, because whenever it does come back, I'll just put it back on the agenda. And that's it.
You need a motion to take it from the table. You can agenda that.
Okay.
The first motion would be to take the item from the table, because it's laid on the table for now. No problem.
That's what tabling means,
That's what tabling means.
So we'll table it for now, and it'll come back at a later date once we get the quotes. No, you're good. That's what you
Count, Vice Mayor Erbon. No,
Yeah.
Farrell already voted.
Yes.
Question of clarity.
Yes.
You'd like quotes for what? What do you want quotes for? So I can
Let me
know,
finish both.
like, what
The
we're gonna-
renovation of the parks.
You want to get quotes from
Yes, because
engineering
this
firms?
is just the work, I'm sorry,
I'm
this
sorry.
is just the work for renovations. This is not even the construction work, I understand. So again, what I have asked you, actually, was to get, if we could, get more quotes for well, the architects, for like the design of the project.
I'll send you the.
But that's what this is.
You can't get quotes for architectural and engineering and landscape architecture.
Or bidding process to have more participation and see who comes out. Isn't that, this has a price?
Particular services
Mm-hmm.
are exempted from bidding by state law, and you may not pick them based on a price. So you might want to withdraw the motion.
That's like, I wanted to know
Well, you don't have to withdraw the motion, you can table the item, it's just what you're gonna do about it. There's nothing to stop with tabling the item.
Yeah,
already got 2 votes.
Three.
3. Okay, 1 left. You, Mayor.
Yeah.
listen, I was in the middle of roll call. We need to finish roll call that comes before. You can finish your discussion after, please.
Correct.
Vice Mayor Erbon already voted. Now the only one is Mayor Nickerson.
No.
So it's 3-1.
Next is Resolution I-3. This is the holding cell conversion authorization. Attorney Geller, you might want to read that into the record.
Yes, sir. Item I-3.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the village to approve and accept the leading edge contractor services proposal for a prison cell conversion at the Village of El Portal, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. And Mayor, I should make a note here in view of the previous discussion. On this item, the manager did obtain 3 bids. The lowest bid and the second lowest bid are quite close in price. However, the lowest bid, in offering his bid, indicated that he was very busy. This was a small job, and he was not sure when he could get to it. The manager felt that that was something that essentially disqualified that proposer from being responsive and responsible. I think that price was $5,000, and the second lowest was like $6,100. So it's a small amount of money, B, close, but I just want to note it's under the 3 bids. 3 bids were obtained, but when the cheapest one basically took himself out of it, in that the second one was close and it's not much money, the manager went to the second bid, in effect having, taken the lowest out of consideration. So my view is that that's a proper thing to do. The bids were obtained, but I want the council to be aware of what the background is, and that it's not, usually you go with the lowest bid, but if they say, this is the price, but I can't do it, you don't hire them.
Yeah, turn over to the village manager. You guys, sometimes the problem is that we're so small and the job is so small that the larger companies might have a lower bid, but then when they look at their schedule, they're just like, like the job, I'm not, like, the job is so small, the bid's so low that it's not worth our company coming in and spending the time doing it, because they have bigger jobs they can do. And that's why a lot of times we get the bids, but then we lose the bids. And so that's what happens. Madam Manager, the floor is yours.
Yes, you both described the situation very well, and that was the issue with these bids. We did receive a very responsible and responsive proposal from this company and Leading Edge. They are responsive, and they will show up to work and do the work. That has always been our concern in past in getting contractors to do things. People don't show up, or they take off with the deposit. So they have a good track record, and theirs was the second lowest, so we want to go with this firm so that we can expand our seating in response to COVID and just the growing need of the building department. So I ask that you please approve this authorization since it is outside of my spending purview.
Any questions or comments from the council? Motion by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I'll second.
Second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. Any last questions or comments? You good? How are we looking on Zoom? I don't see nobody. We're good. Thumbs up. All right. We have no residents in the audience. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. Next resolution is Resolution I-4. That's a resolution for Village Attorney Services. Attorney Geller, you might want to read that into record, please.
Okay, let me read it.
Yes, Councilperson Lightfoot.
Yeah, let me read it in. A resolution of the Village
You
Council.
want to do this one last? All right, no problem. Does anybody have a problem with jumping to I-5 first?
I move this to make this resolution regarding the attorney, the last resolution.
No problem. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right. Moving on to resolution I-5. We'll come back to I-4. I-5 is the FDOT state appropriation for traffic calming rotunda on the west side of the village. This is again, it's free money that we got you guys to put traffic calming on the west side over by the Horace Mann School. We're gonna put another rotunda, kind of like how we have out here in front of Village Hall. So that people just aren't zooming up and down the street. They'll have to kind of at least slow down and take the rotunda.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Patel, Florida, authorizing the village manager of the Village of El Patel to accept the appropriations from Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for a traffic calming rotunda on the west side of the village, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
I have a motion by Councilman Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. Do I have any discussion or questions or comments from the council? I'm hearing none. I see nobody on the audience. Do I have anybody on Zoom? We're good. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Perrella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Erbaum.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Moving back to I-4 resolution Village Attorney Services. Attorney Geller, if you could please read that.
I was going to read it, but the fact is you actually voted on this already. You just need to fill the
Yeah.
name in here. You took the vote.
Yeah.
So the resolution says a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Patel, Florida, authorizing the village to approve and accept the no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. You have the, okay. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Patel, Florida, approving and accepting village attorney services, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. In essence, the resolution is the same as what you voted on. You just need to insert the name of your 4-0 vote, and we'll have the clerk do that and have that duly signed, but you don't really need
absolutely.
to vote it twice.
Yeah, absolutely, you guys. The reason why the resolution is here like this is because I put it as an agenda item because I didn't want our guests to have to wait so long because our resolution and ordinances come later in the agendas. That's why the resolution is still further down in the agenda, but we already did the vote earlier, and that is what it is. All right? Very good.
So that's part of the record that we did already vote yes,
Is that, yeah. I mean, do you guys want to do a roll call just to make it perfect? Let's do a roll call to make it perfect. Do I have a motion?
You got a motion.
Motion by Councilman Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Erbaum. Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call on the resolution itself.
Roll call, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Perella.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Moving on, village manager report. Madam Manager, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to make it brief because you all have received this this morning, my manager's report, and it is 13 pages. So I'm just going to cut to the good parts.
I read all of it today. So.
They're all good parts. All right. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Okay, let me skip that because we just talked about it. Okay. The Skatebird Miami Skate Park will be hosting a large event October 29th and 30th from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. That is a major development for the village of El Portal. And our police department, the building department, and I conducted a site visit at Skatebird Miami to ensure
He's so
that the
greedy. Look, he
fire
already-
chief approvals will be required before their special events permit is provided. Something that also goes to the Airbnb activities that were reported here by our residents is that when there are large events, there needs to be a special events permit and police on site. And without that, these people can get some kind of sanction. So these people who are, people who are running Airbnb and having big parties and activities. Also, we are also enforcing the business tax receipt. I know it's not much, but it's something. So as long as there are 6 or more beds in a facility or in a home that is doing Airbnb, we can enforce that. One of the members of the council did, not anonymously, report something in her neighborhood, and we were able to get footage and photographs that allowed our code enforcement officer to go and make a citation. And unfortunately, the people were very happy to pay a $500 fine for not doing the business tax receipt and continue to do business. So I think now they're in compliance, but just be wary that, again, fines and the fees for these permits are going to be key to ensuring that people are in compliance and that they do the right things. Additionally, at that particular short-term rental that was discussed tonight, Ms. Shariar did make contact with the owner and has required that they get a business tax receipt. Also tonight, we discussed the comprehensive plan and we passed the water use plan. This month, we were made aware that the state of Florida is now requiring a development of a property rights element for our comprehensive plan. So I'll be working with Placerbia in preparing that. It's not due until next year, but there's a lot that goes into the planning of such. And in fact, we're having some webinars and classes on what that property rights element should be. We did get our Ford F-150 truck. We're now considering our branding for it and making sure that Ms. Shariar's vehicle or the code enforcement vehicle and the public works truck are work together and they look good and they represent the village well. And so I've had a few people weigh in on what it should look like, and I appreciate that. So thank you. But it will be the seal and a nice connecting brand for us to be happy and proud of. As Mayor Nickerson mentioned, the construction, we did a pre-construction kickoff meeting back at the end of August for Southeastern Construction to get the construction award to do the El Jardín stormwater improvement in that area. And so that will start in October 2021. We're hoping for an early October date for starting, but materials has been the issue with their start date. We'd hoped they would start in September, but just getting materials, again, in times of COVID has been very difficult. But so we will be distributing flyers for the construction. Mayor Nickerson made the request to get those flyers out as soon as possible, and we want residents and visitors alike to know that the roads will be closed in the El Jardín area. They will be coordinated with our local police, only local traffic for that area during the construction, and we will try to make it as painless for the residents as possible, but the win for that community will be less ponding, less puddling, and a lot safer road travel for them. And lots of RFPs and things happening, but I do want to just give you an update. As you know, I did a request for proposals for financial services this month, and the deadline was on September 23rd to receive proposals. I received one proposal, and that was not satisfactory to me.
Very good.
So I don't have a recommendation to make to you today. I do have a plan to remedy this, and I would like to now talk to a recruiter, because this is a vital part of what we do in administration of finance, and I really want to identify the right firm to do our financial services. So I'll be bringing something to you soon, and also engaging a recruiter to assist with that. And I've done a myriad of things, from coordinating records productions with our IT contractor, and attending meetings with the White House about our ARPA fund usage, and a number of other things. But if you have any questions, please do contact me. I have talked to a lot of you individually about things that are happening in the village, and if anyone ever has any questions, please reach out to me directly, and so I can give you a good explanation of what's happening. And also, it's helpful because I get your insights as well, and then, I know Councilperson Perella knows that I have changed some things up sometimes by getting a different perspective. So let's keep the lines of communication open. That concludes my report.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes. Councilman.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
because the mayor, manager, and committee and attorney reports are so informative, is it anywhere in your heart to put them up further than last? Because, sometimes this is stuff that everybody wants to hear. And yet we get here, and by this time we're yawning and carrying on, and then I have to perk up again because I'm listening. Whoa, really? Is that what the whoa? Seems to me that these are too important for them to be down here. When we finish with the agenda, we should be good and welfare and get out of here. That's just my thoughts.
No, we'll look into it. I can look into it. I'm the one that shapes the agenda, so I'll look into it. The only thing I would say, though, is just keep this in mind for everybody. I try to put things on top of the agenda that have guests.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's going to be anything so most of the rest of the agenda includes other people, like Placerbia's here, or Craig A. Smith, or we have, there might be residents or something like that. So I try to get our guests out of the way and then leave just us alone at the end, so we don't have guests waiting. So just think about that, because we put it toward the front, and we take up the time doing the reports, we're going to have guests here longer toward the end. That's the only thing I would say, think about. But besides that, I have no problem with that.
Well, because it's not like it was before. We had these boring reports, you know what I'm saying?
No, I
We
understand.
got real reports
There's
now.
a lot going on, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
No, I hear you. But I'll look into that. I definitely do like to get our guests earlier and out of the way so that they don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting with us. But I'm gonna bypass my report because of time, and I'll just do in October. I'll do my report. I'll consolidate both reports in October and do it at the October meeting, because it's just so late. I'm not gonna go through my report, you guys, and keep you guys here any longer. All right. Attorney Geller.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your confidence. I will do my very best to continue our forward momentum. And that concludes my report at this late hour. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. We appreciate you and welcome and thank you. And let me just say, back we had a committee meeting, and Councilperson Ward made a great speech about Attorney Geller and what he meant to the village. And we kind of we're looking into motioning him to become permanent at that particular time. I just wanted to say, just for the record, that in the past. We've had different situations, Vice Mayor, where, in the past administrations, where, somebody would be interim and they'd be promoted to permanent, and you have residents out there that would say, you guys should have opened it back up. And so the way I try to do things, you guys, I try to just do things like way out in the open so that this is what I try to do. I try to take away everybody else's excuses. You know, now Attorney Geller's permanent. We went through the process. What you going to say about it now? Now there's no question. Now you can't say we rammed anything through. Now you can't say, you know what I'm saying? So I just like to go through the process. I know it's frustrating sometimes, but I like to do it this way because in the long run, this way is safer for everybody, for all of us.
It's the same with the short-term rental issue.
Yeah, same with the short-term rental.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Gotta go through. Yeah, we have to go through the process. So I know it's frustrating, but you guys, there's always a method to my madness. All right, I appreciate you guys. Good and welfare. Do we have anybody on Zoom? No. Shout out to the people at Full Moon. You guys still awake? Shout out to Full Moon. It's all good. All right, let's get out of here. We got no good and welfare. Do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion to adjourn by Councilman Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Urban. The regular council meeting for Tuesday, September 28, 2021 is adjourned at 11:31 p.m.